Talking away, I don't know what I'm to say. I'll say it anyway. Today is another day to find you shying away. Oh, I'll be coming for your love, okay? Take on me. Take on me. Needless to say, I'm upset heads, but I'm being stumbling away. Slowly learning that life is okay. Say after me, oh, it's no better to be safe than sorry. Take on me. Take on me.
Stop me, Uh, Good morning. Good morning. Is it audible, this thing? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Sanbonan. Dumelang. Nda. Abshen. Molweni. Good morning. Niyaphila. Ni right. Ngicela abantu abafuna ukuzwa ukuthi sikhuluma ngani la baphakamisa izandla bakhona ukunika lezi zinto lezi. Whoever onida this thing, please raise your hand bakhona ukukunikeza so that ukhona ukusizwa kahle ungasokoli ukusizwa. Ubani oyidingayo phakamisa isandla bakhona ukukulethela yona. Mawungasiphakamisile isandla ngeke bakunikeze. Please raise your hand if you need this so you can hear us nice and clear. Yeah, just leave your hand up until bakunikeza. Mawuceda ukunikeza uzayehlisa isandla. Mara ungahambi ngaya kusiyona early Christmas present. Ungahambi mawuceda please leave it when you are finished using it. Don't take it home. It won't work. It will be a wasteful expenditure. Alu, your hand is not up. Alu, your hand is not up. You don't need it. Oh, okay. Wozani phambili. Lapha emuva wozani phambili. Ya, phakamisa isandla uma ungakayitholi, phakamisa isandla. Sibasondele, sibasondele. Raise your hand if you have not gotten your device. Morning. I see the hands are no longer up. It means everyone is now sorted. Mara mawusiphakamisa kanje bazokubona kanje mawenze so yabo mina thina sicabanga ukuthi sibaqedile ngani. Phakamisa isandla bazokunikeza. Phakamisa isandla bakunikeze. Mawungasiphakamisi ngeke bakunikeze.
Where are the officials handing these things out? Where are they?
The lady with the orange stuff here, the guy at the back is going to fetch some, and the lady with the orange jacket.
They seem to be wandering around.
Hansat, can we please move faster? Hansat, can we please move faster? We're already 1 hour late. Now, if you check your device on the side, when I the button it's 82, A1 ke volume, A1 ke channel. So ho nyaka utlwa ka Sepedi le ka Sotho, pressa mo e hlahise number 5 mo screening. Sepedi Sesotho number 5 on the screen. IsiXhosa nesiZulu pressa kube number 3 on the screen. Mawubona u3 on the screen uyazi ukuthi it's Zulu and Xhosa. And if you want Afrikaans, make sure it's number 2 on the screen. When you press there, the screen must show you number 2. Then you'll be listening in Afrikaans. And Sitsonga and Sevenda will be number 4. On your screen, if it says 4, it's Venda and Tsonga. If it says 2, it's Afrikaans. If it says 3, it's isiZulu nesiXhosa. And if it says 5, it's Pedi and Sesotho. I suppose Nestswana sikhona lapho. Sepedi, Sesotho, Setswana is number 5, isiZulu, isiXhosa number 3, Afrikaans number 2, Sitsonga, Sivenda number 4. Sizanani phela. And then English, leave it at 0. Mama. Are we doing? I'm sure we can start now. Everyone is sorted. Everyone is happy. We are starting our meeting. Firstly, we want to... Eh? We are starting now. The copies are on their way. You'll have the copy of the bill in no time. But we can't wait forever. We're almost 1 hour late. And this meeting is about you. It's for you. It's not about us. It's not for us. We need to spend majority of the time listening to your inputs than listening to us. We want to give you enough time for you to be able to make your inputs. So if we wait for the bill, it's 1 hour late. We don't know how long we'll wait because they're busy making copies and made to understand. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first ever public participation, public hearing on the expropriation bill. We are all aware that some time back, there was an engagement of Parliament with communities where Section 25 was a thorn issue that was discussed. Some of you, I'm sure you still remember, Tate Musiwa Lukota was seen crying on TV. I think the meeting was somewhere in Limpopo, if I remember correctly. This that we are going to discuss today, it's a very important and very emotional topic. We, however, request that whenever you stand up and speak, don't be too emotional, because if you are going to make mistakes. And in the process of making mistakes, you are going to forget the important things that you wanted us to know. So stand up when you are given a chance to speak and raise your views, raise your issues without insulting anyone, without being angry to anyone. We are here to listen to you. This is the first one. We have scheduled 5 of these meetings that will take place across the province. We are in Johannesburg today. Next meeting will be another region, and so on and so forth, until we have concluded all public hearings. And then we'll have a final product as a portfolio committee that will then be sent through the proper channels to find its way into the National Assembly, to say these are the views of the people of Gauteng. What we request more than anything is that when you stand up and engage from the presentation and from what you understand, please try as much as you can to provide us with solutions. I want to believe that we all know what is the issue with land in the province, what is the issue with land in the country. Your input, if 90% of your input can concentrate on possible solutions on how we move from the expropriation bill, whether we compensate or we don't compensate, and if we compensate, that what process must be followed, and so on and so forth. So we want to hear from you. what is your thinking. Our views as a provincial portfolio committee will come at the tail end of everything because we don't want to influence you. We don't want to tell you our views. We want to hear your views. Because if we were to tell you our views, some of you will stand up and say, then there was no point for us to come here. Why are we here? So we want to give you that opportunity to make those inputs. If you have a program with you, you will see that we are going to start the process from NCOP and Legal Service Unit. What we are going to do, both the department, in Gauteng we call it infrastructure development. Nationally they call it public works. However, they are both entity of government. They are both government, one is at national, one is at the province. We're going to club them together so that we get enough time given to you as our stakeholders. We'll take the presentation from the National Office of Public Works, and then the one from province will come at the tail end when we meet with them as a portfolio committee and the provincial, because we already have an idea of their views. So we want majority of the time to go to you, so that when we leave here, if I'm told there are about 300 of you here, if at least 290 have spoken, I would be happy. So the majority of the time must go to you. So we'll do that. We'll club the province and national will be clubbed into one until the time when we get to the tail end. And once the presentation have been made, we are now going to come to you as our stakeholders. You are now going to you're going to raise your hand. We are going to give you a number. We'll allocate the number of minutes that you are going to use to speak to us. You can speak to us in any language that you feel comfortable in. You are not bound. You are not forced to speak in any particular language that you don't feel comfortable in. And when you do that, we are going to request that we respect each other. If we allocate you, for argument's sake, we say you've got 20 minutes to speak, stick to the 20 minutes. Don't want us to say your time is up and so on and so forth. And when you speak, be mindful of the fact that you've got time allocation. So go straight to your issues. Don't give us your CV. Don't tell us that when you were in Morogoro and then you went to Tanzania, and then don't give us those ones. Just go straight to the issue, give us your name, tell us that, Mena, these are my issues. I've got 5 points. Point number 1, point number 2, point number 3 and 4 and 5. And then you sit down. We're not going to clap hands for anyone. So there's no view that is going to be more important than any other view. So whatever views you have, they are your views. If you have been able to mobilize and you've got views as a team, please have one person who will speak, unless you say we don't trust Bones to represent us properly, so we all want to speak. But no one is going to be told that you are not speaking here. So you have that opportunity to make those presentations. I'm taking this opportunity to invite the first presentation. I'm not sure they are doing it from here, Kai. To come and join us. The first person that is going to do presentation, please come and join us, set up nicely so that when it's time to speak, you are able to do the presentation. I see a hand there, Maureen. Can you take that hand there? Because we don't have the roving mic as yet. Can you just take that hand quickly? Tebe, just understand what is the issue there. We have already indicated that the bill is coming. You are going to have your copy of a bill. Even after today, you still have an opportunity to send an email with your submissions. So it does not end here. Whether you speak here or you don't, you still have an opportunity to send. Do they send it to who? To Kaya? Ne?
No, to Maureen.
To Maureen. So you'll send, we'll make sure that we flight Maureen's email address so that you can then send the email to Maureen so that this thing is broadened up. It's not only confined to this meeting, and when this meeting is done, you think it's over and done with. I can even tell you something that we can also do. I'm sure if you have seen the communication that came from Mr. Tebe Khumalo, it lists that on this day we're in Johannesburg City Hall, on this day we're in Vereeniging, on this day we're in Randwest, we're in Negurlene, and we're in Tshwane. I'm also inviting you, you can move with us. If you still feel strongly about your views, you can move with us. When we leave Johannesburg and you go to another region, you can come with us to that region and still stand up and raise your views. We will not stop any one of you because this, to us, is extremely important. Ntabiseng, are we able to help them with the mic? Ntabiseng? Tabi? Are we able to help with the mic? Yeah, give them so we can hear what are the issues. Or they can't hear. Hansard, can you please come and assist? They're saying they can't hear us. Please come assist. I know this is your forte. You understand it better than all of us. The presentation is ready. We're going to take the first presentation. And immediately after, please make notes where you can. We'll take the second presentation from the National Department of Public Works and then immediately move to the discussions. So please, I'm sure you've got your pen and papers ready so that you are able to take information that is shared with us. Thank you so much. The floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members, colleagues, and stakeholders. My name is Winnie Ngubane. I will be basically just presenting a brief overview of the process that is involved when this committee is processing this particular bill. That's the Expropriation Bill B23B of 2020. And I'll tell you why this presentation may be of some help, is that it might fill in some of the gaps, information gaps that stakeholders may have in relation to, how we process the bill, where do their written or oral submissions fit in, and whether whether those submissions are actually considered by the committee. So I'll just take you through that so that your concerns or any concerns you may have are allayed. So the presentation is structured into two parts. We have the introduction, and then we delve into the process of processing a Section 76 bill in the GPL. And the first part, really the introduction, I think we need not dwell on it too much. It's just basically outlines what is the legislature and as one of the three arms of state, and what it does. It speaks to its mandate, one of which is lawmaking and considering and passing, legislation, and that is why we are here. So I need not dwell on that. I think that is already trite information. And this slide basically just speaks to the different types of bills that, the legislature may come across, and just zooming into the fact that this particular bill is a Section 76 bill, and that means that it affects provinces, and that is why it is actually before this particular committee, and that is why the committee is soliciting your views as the people of Gauteng. The most important part, that's part two. First of all, this bill emanated in the National Assembly. And once that it was passed by the National Assembly, it was transmitted to the National Council of Provinces. And this is the body or the house in Parliament which takes care of the interests of provinces. And so, firstly, when it is when the NCOP informally refers the bill to the provincial legislatures before the bill has been introduced or tabled, and this is a way of just the NCOP just saying that, hey, notifying the provincial legislatures that, hey, we have this bill in the pipeline, which is going to come to you sometime. Get ready to receive it and process it. Then the Speaker also informally refers the bill to the relevant committee and the relevant MEC for information and planning. And then after that, once the bill has been introduced or tabled in the NCOP will then formally refer the bill to provincial legislatures, and it will provide timeframes to process the bill. And those timeframes are very important because they inform also our program as the provincial legislatures within which we need to process this bill. The Speaker will also formally refer it to the relevant committee, being this particular committee, and the relevant MEC for processing. Then the committee will sit down, it will prepare a plan on how to process this bill. which would include timeframes. Remember, those timeframes will be informed by the timeframes that the NCOP has given us. And in considering this particular bill, the committee will receive various briefings from various stakeholders just to understand the bill a bit more and look at it from all angles, from the socioeconomic analysis to the legal opinion. So one of the things that it will receive is a briefing, by the department and the NCOP special delegate. So that's the national department will come in and actually brief the committee on what the bill is about. And then the committee will also receive a legal opinion on the constitutional and just legislative implications of the particular bill. And then it will also receive a socioeconomic analysis of the bill. And then it will also, lastly, receive views of the provincial executive. Really, what does the provincial executive, think of this particular bill? And that has happened already. And then the next step, which is very important, is now the public participation phase. And this is the blue square that you may see on the screen. And this is exactly where we are right now. So the committee will move into this phase to solicit inputs from members of the public through written submissions or public hearings. And it's really in fulfillment of its constitutional mandate that when it considers any bill or any law, the legislature is mandated to solicit views from the public. And the next phase, once this process has been concluded, once we've had all of our public hearings, once we've received all of your written submissions, we will then move on to the negotiating mandate phase. This is where, the committee will indicate parameters for negotiating and proposed amendments. And this particular document is very important because it's the document that we actually sent to the National Council of Provinces, reflecting our views as Gauteng on the bill. And so it will incorporate, some of your submissions that you've made in it. So that is how your submissions fit into this whole process, and that's why it is so important that we get your valuable views on the bill. Then lastly, not lastly, but the next phase would be the final mandate phase, where the province will, or the committee will indicate whether it is voting in favor, against, or abstaining from voting on the bill. And this particular view will then be sent through to the National Council of Provinces, and our vote as Gauteng will be recorded, whichever it is. Then the NCOP votes in plenary. Each province has one vote. At least 5 provinces must vote in favor of the bill to pass. And then if the bill passes, if it receives at least 5 votes and it passes, then the National Assembly will pass the bill. Bill is submitted to the President for assent and it becomes an act. And a signed copy is entrusted to the Constitutional Court for safekeeping. Now, the process is more intricate than this, but this is a high level of, or an overview of what, it entails, just to sort of simplify it and just take you into confidence as to what really transpires when we are, as the legislature, considering a bill. That is the end of my presentation, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I hope we can make it also so they can get it. Okay, thank you so much. Let's take the second presentation. I hope you're warming up now. Now we've got the background of Sibuya PCA. The next presentation will come from the Department of Public Works nationally. And then immediately after it, we're opening it to you, our stakeholders. We want to hear from you. We are very interested in hearing from you. You ready? Okay. Please introduce yourself so they know who's talking to them.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Libuwani Ndou from National Department of Public Works. We have prepared a presentation, but we're going to speak through the presentation to avoid waste of time. I've brought my legal personnel to actually take us through very quickly so that you could understand the critical areas within the bill itself and within the presentation that we've made. Over to you, Joannis. Very quickly, raise critical issues about the bill that they could actually consider when they are actually making their inputs. We're not going to go through the presentation. We're going to speak to the presentation itself. Thank you. There's a mic there. You can actually take them through very quickly, and then we give them the opportunity to actually engage on the bill. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I am going to be very brief and to the point because, as you have just stated, time is not on our side. Firstly, the first issue that I think I need to point out, which is very important, is in respect of the role players. The first question that we need to ask is who has the power to expropriate?
Hansard, I'm told the people cannot hear anything. Is it true? Technical? Hansard, please work with technical. Testing? Testing, can you hear me? Can you speak so we can hear if they can hear you?
Thank you, Chairperson. I will repeat what I said earlier.
You can't hear.
Perhaps I should.
Can you hear him? Okay, let him come and use the mic here. Is it okay?
Can you hear me? Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I have introduced myself. Joannis Likala is a colleague of mine who is going to take you through in terms of indicating critical areas of the bill that could actually assist you in terms of the inputs that you're going to actually make. We're not going to go through the presentation that we've prepared. We want to give you ample time informed by the critical pointers that is going to actually reflect as he's presenting now. Thank you so much. His name is Joannis Likala. He's our legal person from the National Department of Public Works. Thank you so much.
Once more, thank you, Chairperson. As I've pointed out, the first question to ask is, in respect of the role players. Who are the role players? The first question is, who has the authority to expropriate? The bill as a national piece of law will be applied by 3 spheres of government: national, provincial, and local sphere of government. Now, within the 3 spheres, it's not only government departments who possesses the power to expropriate. Even state-owned entities have the power to expropriate. Examples of state-owned entities or state-owned companies that have got the power to expropriate include Eskom, includes South African National Roads Agency Limited. It includes Transnet, Portnet, and many others. those are entities together with government departments that have got the power to expropriate. Who is impacted or who will be impacted by this law? This law will impact any person who owns property. Any person includes what in law is called a legal person. A legal person includes companies and other entities which have got legal personality. Now, one of the issues that has been a bone of contention is with regard to the issue of property. What property are we talking about? We are referring to property in its very broad sense, as defined by the Constitution. You will recall that before 1994, expropriation applied only to tangible, immovable property that was registered in terms of the 1975 Act. Now, this scope is broad. So property, according to the definition in the Constitution, includes land. But property is not only land, it includes land. However, this bill, in a large proportion, deals with aspects that affect immovable property, because those are the areas to which government must implement what is referred to as land, water, and related reforms in Section 25(8) of the Constitution. So those are the large, the most important aspects that the bill addresses itself to, but it's not limited to those aspects. Because we must remember that the state has got an obligation to improve the socio-economic conditions of our people by ensuring that there is transformation in the areas of land, water, and other areas of our lives. Now, quickly to get into the key aspects or the framework of the bill itself. The bill deals mainly with procedural aspects because, as I've already indicated, there are other expropriating authorities who implement expropriation through their own pieces of legislation. So other expropriating authorities will not necessarily expropriate only in terms of this law. For instance, when Eskom expropriates, they will expropriate in terms of the Electricity Regulation Act, but use that act with the Expropriation Act. When this bill is passed into law, it will be the Expropriation Act. So the Electricity Regulation Act will be read with this law in respect of those relevant sections that are applicable. The most important areas of the bill relates to the identification of the need to expropriate, because the first thing is the identification of the need to expropriate, and that is provided for in clause 5 of the bill. Firstly, it has to be established the nature of the property that is required for expropriation. And also it must be established what the nature of the rights are that attaches to that kind of the property. So this will relate to both registered and unregistered rights. Sometimes you find that the owner of property is expropriated, but other people who has got other rights are not aware because they don't know that they've got rights to that property. That is why it is very important that one of the things that must be done procedurally is to investigate. Firstly, to investigate who are the rights holders to this property and what are the type of rights that attach to this kind of property. So it would be a whole host of rights that would attach to that property that would be investigated. And once that has been done, the expropriating authority would now have to decide whether they expropriate or not. Assuming that the expropriating authority intends to expropriate, the expropriating authority will have to issue what is called notice of intention to expropriate. So in the notice of intention to expropriate, one of the aspects that must, as a threshold issue touched on, is the issue of compensation. Whether as an affected party you would be offered compensation or not. And this would depend on the nature of the expropriation and the property that is being expropriated and the purpose of the expropriation, because expropriation can only take place for a public purpose or in the public interest. So if the public interest is such that as the property owner you should not get compensation, then that would become apparent during the negotiations. And remember, due process will be followed. It would not be an arbitrary process. In clause 2 says expropriation power can only be invoked once there has been negotiations between the affected party and the expropriating authority. So no one will be expropriated without the expropriating authority first attempting to negotiate with you. And it is during the negotiations that the expropriating authority will indicate that, okay, I'm offering you 10 rand, or I'm offering you 100 rand, or I'm offering you zero rand. And you'll be given an opportunity to make your own representations. One of the bases upon which this piece of legislation rests is the principles of administrative justice in the Constitution. Administrative justice means, firstly, it implies that you should be given the right to be heard. You should be given an opportunity to raise an objection, and you should be given also the opportunity, the expropriating authority must give you reasons why you're being expropriated. So that is the due process that we are talking about. Once we have passed the stage of the notice of intention to expropriate, it will be followed by the phase where you are given the notice of expropriation. Now, the implication of the notice of expropriation is that at that stage, once you are served with that notice, the property moves, the ownership of the property moves from you to the expropriating authority at that point. In other words, if ESCOM expropriates you today, ownership passes on that date, today. Registration will take place later. But an arrangement can be made that, okay, I'm expropriating you today, but you can still remain in possession of the property until at a later date where we agree that you can now hand over the property to the expropriating authority. So ownership and possession become two separate things. They can happen separately or simultaneously. Expropriation, ownership and possession can pass on the date of expropriation. Now, there are other important aspects that have got, are of importance to note. The other issue is the issue of agent expropriation. It may happen that the state decides to expropriate agently. Now, when that happens, it is a temporary measure. In other words, it must not exceed 18 months. When the state expropriates, it must expropriate for a particular purpose within a period of 18 months. But that period can be extended based on a good cause shown. And even during that process, the state is not stopped from proceeding to the expropriation, permanent expropriation. So facts and circumstances on a case-by-case basis will determine whether the state can proceed to that stage or not. And the state can also decide to withdraw an expropriation. But when an expropriation is withdrawn, it must be done within 3 months of an expropriation. Basically, those are the key features of the bill. Now, in respect of the aspect of compensation, the standard that is set in the Constitution is just an equitable compensation. So just an equitable compensation means what is fair in the circumstances, considering all the factors that are applicable in that particular case. So there's no one size fits all. Each case will be treated on its own merits. So if in case A, someone is given 100% compensation or the market value of the property, it does not mean that in case B, it will be the same. Case B might be 3% of the value of the property, depending on the circumstances of that particular case. So each case will be treated on its own merits. Thank you, Chairperson.
I think it's fine. We'll give it to the chairperson and then proceed with the meeting because it's about you to actually make your inputs. That's what we wanted to bring before you. Thank you.
Thank you so much from both the legal unit of NCOP and the Department of National Public Works. I'll hand over to Ntate Fuchs, who will now chair the second session where you make your input. Ntate Fuchs, it's your call.
Thank you very much, Member Modise. My name is Alan Fuchs. I've been a member of the Infrastructure Portfolio Committee since 2014. As has been indicated, this is your meeting, and we're now going to give people an opportunity to have their say. I'm not sure how many, just give me an indication. How many of you would like to make an input? Just raise your hand so I can get an idea. Okay, not too many. So on that basis, I think it's reasonable if we agree that each person will have 3 minutes to make an input. Is that acceptable? Are you happy with 3 minutes? Is 3 minutes not enough time? You said 5. Is there a preference for 5 minutes, ladies and gentlemen? Remember, this is your meeting. I'm seeing 3 minutes, I'm seeing 5 minutes. This is a little bit tricky. Let's compromise. Ladies and gents, 4 minutes. You have 4 minutes to stand up and make your input. So in order to keep this orderly, I'd like us to start on one side. You would raise your hand to indicate that you want to make an input. We'll ask you to come and stand in front of the stage in order. Do we have a microphone, Kaya? We've got a microphone. You'll have 4 minutes. Please be aware of time and try and stick to those 4 minutes. So in this row on my left here, who of you would like to make an input? Please raise your hands. So in the back there, I've got 1, 2, 3. Those 3 ladies sitting next to each other there, please come to the front. Please come to the front. Stand in order. You don't have to stand to attention. And you'll be given an opportunity to have your say. These 2 gentlemen as well. So at this point in time, we have 5 people. Please come forward. Thank you very much. Right, number 1, you have 4 minutes starting now.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning to everybody that came in here this morning. Chair, before I start, I think we've traveled this road before. Can anybody hear me? Can you hear me? Chair, can we speak from that microphone?
Yes, indeed, sir. I think there's a problem when you speak from the floor with that particular mic. So unfortunately, these are the only mics that seem to be working.
Can we come and line up there?
Can I ask you please to come onto the stage? And we will then ask these 2 gentlemen to vacate. Not that we don't love you, but thank you for that.
Just introduce your name.
Yes, just my name. No C.
No.
All right, please, sir, if you would continue.
Chair, thank you very much. To be very quick, let me first, I'm going to be telling the truth this morning, and only the truth shall set me free. Chair, what I actually wanted to know is what is so fundamental about this bill? What does this bill want to address? Okay. My name is Otto Kheletsane. I'm a PR councillor in the city of Johannesburg. And I sit on the Section 79 Human Settlement Committee. So this issue is very important to me. What is it that this bill wants to address? Chair, let me make an example. And I said when I started this, I'm going to be very honest with this bill. And unfortunately, the authors of this bill are not here today. So we'll be speaking to the messengers of this bill.
Sorry, sir, you have 3 minutes left, please.
Yes. Chair, this bill is designed to take from those that have land. And unfortunately, this country does not have land anymore. So there's no land. Our poor people are sitting destitute in informal settlement. This is where this bill needs to go, to say we will go and take that bill, that informal settlement, and build our people some homes. Chair, because of the time, I'll just go through a couple of things very quickly. There has been process of land claims in the farms by the people that worked in the farms before. And what has been the progress? Nothing has come of that. And now we're looking at through this bill. Chair, this bill is political. This bill is corrupt. This bill is designed by cadres seeking to benefit their girlfriends, their boyfriends, and their families. I want to say today, and I wish they were here, I want to tell them today that we do not agree to this bill. They must actually go and do this bill again. We are tired of people coming to us as poor people of this country and telling us what, where, and how we want to live. Sorry, Chair, my time is, I have quite a few things, but because of time, I'll just leave it there. I disagree with this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for sticking to the time. I hope those who follow you will be as disciplined. Yes, sir. Please carry on.
One, two.
Okay.
1, 2.
Thank you so much.
2.
I didn't recognize this. I am Menas Malimetalamola, the activist of DA. Firstly, thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone. I acknowledge that the land has been exposed in the past. Then this bill, they say it is an attempt to fix those things of the past, to redress those issues. Then I am objecting this bill only because it is unconstitutional. Why I'm saying that? Because in Section 25, from 1994 until now, after 2 decades, there's been a land that has been redistributed to the people. It's about 15.56 million hectares, which means it's possible to expropriate the land within Section 25. I don't see the need to amend that bill. The only thing they need to do, this is the electioneer tool. Then they want to please their friend, the EFF. They are back on their wall for electioneering for 2024. And there was also property rights that need to be respected in Section 25 that go in line with the Constitution. If they undermine those property rights, which means they are breaking the law time and again, then when it comes to nil compensation, I don't know, they have the mechanism to determine which land they possessed for free, which land they need to pay. I don't think they have that mechanism. Then, once more, from 2012, they say they need to decentralize the power. They need to take the power from the national downwards to the local government. Since then, they never been utilized. Which means that 20%, that 15.56 million hectares that they already distributed back to the people, the red ownership, which means they have the backlog of 80%. They only the solution that they need to acquire here, they need to speed up the process by hire the competent people, because if you can expropriate 20% of land within 30 years, which means we have incompetent people in the department, which means that the government itself is failing the people. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. And once again, thank you for sticking to the time. Can we have the next input, please?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Ntombi Kumalo. I'm a member of Parliament. I'll be very brief, Chair. I heard in the presentation earlier The gentleman mentioned that there would be an amount, obviously objective assessment related to the property that is being expropriated. And I'd like to submit that, land is more than a subjective issue, but more emotive. And I would like to submit rather, Chairperson, that other considerations, including the cost of relocation and other costs associated with leaving the property by the owner, be considered. I would like to suggest that as a clause similar to what we had in the previous Expropriation Act be included, where an amount to make good any actual financial loss by the expropriation be considered or included in this bill as well, and it can be included either in clause 5 or clause 12. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Honourable Member. We move on. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Chairperson. Do I say who I am? Okay, so, Chairperson, while it is necessary from time to change laws, it's good that we have public participation because nobody gets it right in every sentence in the first occurrence, and so there are some changes to this bill that would be necessary. So with respect to Clause 5, Section 7, if the property in question is damaged through an act contemplated in subsection 2, an affected person may deliver written demand to the expropriating authority, and the expropriating authority must repair the damage to a reasonable standard or compensate for the damage without undue delay. So there are a few clarifications and expansions that need to happen to this clause. We need greater specification with respect to who determines the standard of the damage and what the quantum of those damages might be. So we suggest that a baseline assessment of the property would be conducted prior to any work performed, so that an objective assessment to the extent of the damage can be conducted, and this will then protect both the state and the owner. Also, a reasonable standard is also not quite sufficient. Who determines what a reasonable standard is? So any damage that is repaired should be repaired as close to its original state as possible, or sufficient compensation must be provided in order to be able to restore all the damage. Furthermore, the damage should not be limited to just the tangible property. The damage should refer to any damage that would be incurred by the owner, which could include negative impacts with respect to ability to farm, what happens to the livestock, and so on. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Sorry, before you leave, could you just tell us who you are and who you represent?
Okay, I'm Councillor Julie Saribi, and I represent the residents of Midrand.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next. Please just introduce yourself.
Good morning. I'm Councillor Joanne Horwitz. I'm here to represent residents of the city of Joburg generally, and more specifically Ward 81 residents. So I'd like to point out that as a student of constitutional law, the very first thing that we learn is that the Constitution is the supreme law of the land, and no law can surpass that. And essentially, what this bill is seeking to do is to do just that. And you can't leapfrog over a supreme law. There is an absolute ban against doing that, and there's good reason for that. So when we look particularly at the no compensation clause, if you look first at the Section 25 in the Constitution, you will see, in fact, that under Section 2, it sets out the criteria, which is public purpose or public interest. But then there's the word and. So and basically means that it's not either or, it's and. You cannot do away with it. It's something that you must consider at the same time. And that, of course, is subject to compensation. And what Section 12.3, particularly, of this bill seeks to do is to nullify that entire subsection. So that Section 25 2B is basically taken out by this proposed bill, and that's unconstitutional there and then. Then in terms of Clause 12.3a, this basically amounts to interference by the state in private property rights. The state should not be in a position to decide whether or not someone should lose their land just because they've made an investment in the land and they're not doing anything with it. I think that's preposterous. And in fact, it speaks to if you buy a unit trust, for example, or shares in a company, because as we know, property is not limited to land, it could mean that the state could come along and say, we want that investment. Doesn't matter that you've bought it for your pension, we just want it, we can use it better than you can. That's really quite ludicrous. And then if we look at Clause 12.3c, and this is really important to me, that this speaks to whether the owner has abandoned the property. We have lots of law and in case law where we determine what loss of control is, when loss of control has happened, and when abandonment can be found to be the case. And yet this bill doesn't speak to any of that. So at the very least, we want to have a bill that speaks to, that references the common law and the legislation and the case law that speaks to prescription. That's the particular element of the law that we're speaking to in this respect. So essentially, if this clause is retained in its current format, it undoes general legal rules, firstly, and more specifically, that Section 25(2) sub B rule, which absolutely includes compensation. And we cannot allow that. And the Democratic Alliance are against the bill in this format, and we will certainly be putting forward submissions as to why it doesn't work in this format and suggestions of how it could work better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I assume you lawyers can maybe talk outside of this meeting. I'm sure you'll have a lot of interesting discussions. Next, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Annette Deppie. I'm the representing Midrand as the constituency chair for the DA in Midrand. In conclusion to the speakers that have spoken, while it is necessary that the Exploration Act of 1975 is repealed, the new Exploration Bill cannot be supported by the Democratic Alliance in its current format. The Exploration Bill is being used by the ANC as an attempt to amend the Constitution through the back door, through the 12.3 nil compensation clause. This clause has remained untouched throughout the parliamentary process, thereby demonstrating the true intention of the bill on the part of national government. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I assume that the people from Public Works and from the legislature are writing down some of these inputs, obviously in due course to be able to respond. Right, we're moving on, ladies and gents. You now get a feel for how the process goes. Hopefully you're feeling a little bit more comfortable. And instead of going to the middle block, I'm going to confuse you and go to that side. On my extreme right, those of you who wish to make an input, can I ask you please to come up to the stage and, on this side and to come and make your input. Anybody on the right-hand side who wishes to make input, please come up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your process. Please, after the fact, do not come and say, they didn't give me a chance to have my say. This is your chance. This is your opportunity. Please come and have your say.
1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2.
I am Temba from Mufulo.
Can you hear, ladies and gents? Can you hear the speaker? No. Rather use that mic, please. Please don't forget to introduce yourself.
I'm Themba Khadebe from Mfulo, North. I'm coming here very surprised and confused to hear this bill being discussed in the manner it's being discussed. It's really surprising that up to now, we're still talking about land. Our land was taken away from us. It was not bought, it was not asked, it was just taken. I've looked through section 25. It's very weak. The person that made that clause, I think he was fearsome to speak the truth, that the land needs to be returned to its original owners. We don't need really to be begging, saying that we must be prepared to pay for land. Who paid for that land? When was that land taken? How much profit have they made out of that land? Up to now, the Land Act came very cheeky when the ANC was 1 year launched, 1913. It was a very cheeky action by the Afrikaners. Now I'm surprised if we are now going to beg and ask some clauses to be rectified. It's just straightforward. It doesn't need to be done the other way around. Bring the land to the indigenous owners of the land. Simple. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Clearly what you said was quite popular. Okay, could we just quieten down to give the next person an opportunity? Sir, the floor is yours. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Chairperson. The name is Mutibi Sekhopa from Alexandra, representing the Alexandra Land and Property Owners Association, who were dispossessed as well by the apartheid regime. Mention has been made here about the intention to adopt the Section 76 bill for a further expropriation of properties. Properties and land in Alexandra were claimed through the Land Claims Commission.
Sorry, sir, to interrupt you. You'll still have your time. Ladies and gents, please, let's be respectful. Let's respect the speaker. If you are talking, people sitting next to you are not going to know. Please, let's just listen. Let's listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. We took it upon ourselves to challenge the delay of the land claims addressing the dispossession which took place by going to court. Up to today, the issue of Alexander's redress have not been resolved. Now, further to that, this bill seeks to expropriate further properties that have been claimed. And it's not just Alexander alone. All urban areas that had freehold title deeds or title deed ownership were dispossessed. Further to that, more rigorous action is contemplated to inflict more pain to those who are dispossessed. I think this bill must also talk to those land claimants who has not been restored their properties, including the reopening of the land claims, which is still pending. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, sir, for your input. Next, please. Don't forget to introduce yourself, ma'am.
I forgot my name, unfortunately.
Okay. She says she forgot her name.
Sanibonani nonke. Igama lami ngusina Mnisi, is it right? Ngusina wakamnisi from Elenasia. Tina si non-profit organization, si non-political. Then umhlaba sinawo kodwa awubhalwanga thina. Sinazo wonke amaphepha. Inkinga yethu nayi abantwana abatholanga indawo for ikolo. Abantwana bethu babhema inyawupe. Abantwana bethu abanama skills. Baqeda ama grade 12. Bayefunde bayenza whatever amakhosi abawenzayo. Kodwa mabeqeda lapho imisebenzi ayikho. Ngoba ayikho into abayenzayo, they are not committed. So bajike sebenzani sebabhema inyawupe. But frustration yokuthi ngifundile ngenzani. Kodwa iland ikhona ebhaliwe ukuthi ye education is for isikolo for ama skills. Singathanda ukuthi sincedwe uma kungabe nizosinceda ukuthi umhlaba ubuye siuthole ngedocument right. Singakujabulela kakhulu lokho ngoba sesihambile asifuni ukuthi lama document kuthiwe owama spheres wonke owaka national owaka national province or city of Joburg. Asifuni lokho. Sifuna ukuthi kushiwo kahle ukuthi okay mhlambe eyelungisa community project. Then sisebenze ngoba yithi thina abahlali esaziyo ukuthi kushodani endaweni si create imisebenzi. Sigcina ngokubona ama budget bekhuluma kukhulunywa ngama billions. Anikwa bobana ama billion, bobani umuntu ethola ibillion, we don't know. Iye kubani, we don't know. Siyacela non-political organization sicela uncedo. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It sounds like some of the issues this lady has relate to local government. Can I ask somebody from the city of Johannesburg maybe just to have a chat with her and point her in the right direction as to who she can speak to in the city of Johannesburg to deal with the local issues? Thank you very much. Next, please. I'm sorry, there's an issue? Can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Sorry to interrupt, Chairperson, but the translation to English is not working.
Yes, I noted that. I'm assuming you can speak Afrikaans, so can I ask you to utilize number 2 for Afrikaans in the hope that that will assist you? Thank you very much. Please, sorry ma'am for the interruption, carry on.
Ni rhandza ku xeweta varhangeri hinkwavo lava nga tshama laha ematafuleni vakulukumba va hina ni xeweta nhlengeletano hinkwenu n'wina mi nga tshama kwalano. Vito ra mina ni Maria Ngoveni from Bahlali Badudi from Soweto. Na hina swivilelo swa ku hi le ku laveni ka tindlu. Hi le ku laveni ka tindlu, so hi nge government yi nga ka yi nga swi koti ku yi xava misava and then ibe yi kota ku yi akela tindlu leti hi rilaka hi tona. Hina mina lo ni vulavulaka ni khome form ya from 96. Akutani ni tsarise yindlu from 96 na namuntlha na sweswiwani no famba ni kha ni kayakaya ni tshama all over hi mhaka ya ku pfumala ndhawu. So a hi kombela ku government yi hi pfuna yi ringeta ku yi hi kumela tindlu laha yi nga hi akelaka kona tanihiloko ri khale hi karhi hi struggle hi lava tindlu to tshama ka tona. Vanhu ku tale vanhu lava va le handle lava tindlu va nga tikuma, hina hi karhi hi ri vaaki va Soweto a hi na tindlu, hi karhi hi ri vaaki va South Africa hi pfumala tindhawu to tshama mara vanhu va le handle hi vona lava nga tata tindhawu va tshamaka tindlwini. So hi kombela government yi hi pfuna and ndhawu leyi hina as hi karhi hi ri vatshami va Soweto leyi a hi lavaka ku government onge hi nga hi akela kona tindlu hi lava ndhawu ya le a Southern Farm ku hi kombela ku hi ya kona a hi lavi tindhawu ta le kule hi lava Southern Farm as hi karhi hi ri vahlali va Soweto vadyulis from Soweto inkomu.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Once again, you know, it's indirectly related to expropriation, but that's a long-term issue. There seems to be a short-term requirement. The lady has a housing issue in Soweto, and once again, I think that needs to be dealt with in the short term by the City of Johannesburg. So if any of you from the city would want to interact with her, point her in the right direction, that would be good. Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Ntombuzota. I'm coming from Ward 22. I'm a ward committee. My question is, since Sahlala kuma RDP, aska cabinet rati from 2005, I have figured much budget apinda buyele move. So I question am ukubuza ukuthi lama budget lama buyele move abuyela ayakubi. Can you please assist me lapho because 2 times the budget yaphuma etrati nama storm drain makumele ukuthi iqhubeke project abuyele move. So it's been from 2005 until now indawo yethu ayina itrati and manje ama private companies awakhona ukufaka ama Wi-Fi because abantu bavala ama passage ngemikuku because akuna itrati akunama storm drain sinabo gogo abangenelwa amanzi imvula mayinetha. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Once again, a local issue in the short term. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. My name is Thabo Mhlungu. I'm from Alexandra. First, I'd like to raise a concern that the bill was not extensively circulated, especially to people who don't have resources like WhatsApp and so on. And I think also to say that it seems it was circulated to very few people, including parliamentarians, who I think have more time to make their inputs. This is our time from the public. I'd like to support the statements made by the first speaker that most of the land, or probably most of it, was not bought, it was taken from us, people from South Africa. And I also want to say that this bill does not go far back enough. I think it should go back to prior to 1913. Secondly, I want to also touch on the issue of abandoned land or property. That most of the properties have got absentee landlords, and those properties should be uprooted by the state at all levels of all 3 levels of government. The point which I really want to make is that the expropriation, as outlined in the presentation, takes too long, the process. It does not have a particular time frame. I think we need to have time frames of when this due process is going to take place and how long should it take place. The only indication that was given to us was that if the land is wanted urgently, it may not exceed 18 months. I think that does not go far enough. There should be clear time frames of all this administrative process, how long is it going to take, and it shouldn't go above that time frame. I'm saying this because I'm from Alex, and Alex needs to be dedensified. And it has not been dedensified up to now in 2023 because of these issues of land are in and around Alex. And people are cramped and overpopulated in Alex and living on top of each other. But there is land which is around Alex which has not been expropriated. Had that land been expropriated and government has used it to densify Alex, we won't be sitting with the Alex that we have today. And that does not go only for Alex, but all other areas around Johannesburg and other areas in the bad areas. So this expropriation bill must be implemented, but it must also have time frames. That's what I want to to push through. But also I want to ask a question because it has indicated that the other state entities may expropriate land, but in conjunction with this act after it has been passed. So I want to know which one supersedes the other, which one takes, can overrule the other in expropriation of that particular land. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I hope officials have taken notice of the concern expressed by this gentleman that the bill has not been circulated widely enough. Now, whether that's correct or not, I'm not 100% sure, but that's his view. Please take it on board, and if any remedial action needs to be taken, please let's do so. Thank you very much, sir. You're on the floor.
Is it still morning? I'm really concerned. My name is Samuel Makakula. I'm from Ward 22 in Pimville, Soweto. I'm really concerned by these developments. Yes, it is good to consult with the masses on the ground and hear their inputs. The truth of the matter is this. Black Africans, natives, were possessed of their land. This land wasn't bought. That one is a fact. Yes, the administration, the white administration of that time made sure that they get papers to justify the reasons that they are citing now. I'm deeply concerned because when we go back to the Land Act of 1913 and get to understand that black people were treated like non-living beings. Furthermore, the 1923 Urban Act added fuel to that when we saw forced removals, we saw a number of things. Today, in 2023, we are still discussing the very same issues. It's funny. I strongly believe that the land must be distributed or handed back to the majority. Those who stole the land, they must develop conscience and understand, truthfully understand that they have no rightful authority to this land. As South Africans, we must stop dealing with issues. We must confront them heads on. Because I am saying this with a proper understanding that if we don't address this issue honestly, we are sitting on a ticking time bomb. That one is a fact. I thank you. I said enough.
Thank you very much, sir, for your input. Thank you for that. Next, please.
Thank you, person on the chair. My name is Dikham Makhobe. I'm coming from section 48 of Dobsonville. I would like to represent the youth. Most of us, as South Africans, that is one of the reasons why most of us South Africans we can't deal with what the youth is going through, and we tend to want to have fun and avoid what reality is in South Africa. Because of the constitution and legislation, I don't have papers on me, so I can't really talk much about acts and legislation and stuff. So what I know is that most of us in the townships or where we live, where we come from, is that we are dealing with a depression or a section of our life where we pass grade 12, but we don't know what to do after grade 12. And that, most of the time, is what is depressing us as the youth in terms of what should we do to better our lives. But what I can say about land reforming and reinstating the land is that whatever land that has been used has been used. We cannot cry over spilled milk. So whatever land has been used is used. But there is some certain land that is not being used. But because of the government that is governing us today, we cannot use the land, because once you start using it, they tell you, hey, you should be consulting a certain person. Now, what do we do when we have the passion of doing something? It's just that we are short of where should we do it and who do we ask? Because the government really doesn't help us. When we ask for help, they say they will help. Now we don't know when and how will they help us. So we, as the youth, I feel like we should take control. As they say, people shall govern. I think I'm actually thanking the youth of the one that fought against apartheid. So they thinking is not much likely like the youth. So the way they think is we should do it for our children. We should do it through the government. But I assure you, as part of the youth and as much of the thinking that I have, and I know I'm not the only one in this country or in this world that thinks alike me, that we will do if it does forces us to go against the police, because those are the people we are scared of to even talk to. Now, if we want to do something and people are not paying attention in what we want to do, and now when it comes to the government, they have the power, and because of the power, they are stopping us or taking our time in doing what we want to do. So I would like to understand, how do we deal with people, with the government that are taking most of our time in us having the time to do what we want at our own time and not actually having to stress about tomorrow or what am I going to eat or what should I do because I have this certain thing that I want to do, but because I have to go through the government's way, it's going to take such a long time. Now because of that, I'm going to start giving up. And then as time goes on, I see myself better with the 350 and then, buy booze, go dance, because that's actually what we are all chasing, fun. But because of we cannot deal with reality, a lot of us are tending to focus on the fantasy that we have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. You hear the frustration and you hear the anger. And to officials of government, I say, when anybody asks who should be benefiting from what we do, the youth need to be right near the front of that particular queue. Because unless we deal with that, the anger is just going to escalate. Sir.
Sanbonani, I'm talking off behalf of Erasmus Valley Primary Cooperative registered, Kamala Muchulane Moki. My crisis is, we are farming Lahleli Kona, we are section in Dobsonville, Sinenkinga in terms of, we are farmers, we are facing a problem. When we are going to a councillor, asking for a councillor who does pay me at least the authority to plow and to farm in that site asinike yona. We are having a challenges. Councillor usithumela ema-ofisini, masifike ema-ofisini basitshela ukuthi leyo site leyo it's an industrial site. So thina asina power yokuthi singanika umnikazi weland a certain money yokuthi sirane le certain project esiyenzile, because as much as sazi ukuthi sonke indlala ibhekane nathi siyifamily yonke abantu abamnyama nabantu abakhanyayo. So singabantu abamnyama siyiyouth sizama ukutshala, sizama ukuphila ngempilo yokutshala, but siyadeleka and sizama ukuthi sithole ama-funds ngokuthi sizithengisele iy'tshalo zethu, but inkinga yethu i-one. Masiya ku-government officials, ama-government officials basitshela ngokuthi kumele batheste ama-plants wethu. Masiya sithi siyema-ofisini sofuna ukuthi basinika ama-program wama-workshop, basitshela ukuthi ama-workshop ama-dates wakhona awakaveli. So sicela nina abantu abadala njengama-councillor nistop uku-acta njengabantu abadala, nibe ne-active njengabantwana, nisinikeni i-chance nathi niye kusipostponela ama-irrelevant ukuthi singabalanda abantu bakhona. But sicela nina njengabantu abamnyama nabantu abakhanyayo nisinikeni indlela ukuthi where to enter njengoba sidinga ama-funds for ama-garden, as much as sazi ukuthi i-crime iphezulu, nathi si-youth asifuna ukuba exposed to i-crime eyenzakalayo manje. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. What I'm hearing there is frustration. The fact that people are sent from pillar to post. And I really think that once again, officials of government need to be empathetic and need to understand that treating people in a manner that frustrates them is not the way to go. You know, I'm speaking out here, and I'm not sure which of you officials of government are taking note, but I think it's a very important issue. People need to be treated with respect and not messed around. Thank you very much. Next, please.
I'm greeting, Mr. Chair, every protocols that are being represented in the South Africans at large. I'm greeting you this morning. I am Mandla, my name is January, and I'm here at Illof Street. I'm representing the South Africans. I always vote for ANC. This thing of land without compensation is being now an issue and is being taking long because we, the people of South Africa, yes, we feel what can I say? Singabantu abantsundu balapha eMzantsi Afrika sifumaniseka ukuba ewe siqhathekile ngokomhlaba due to i-Land Act and the reforms of 1913. But ke ezo land reforms and acts zasekwa ngabantu, so zisenotshintshwa kwangabantu zisebenzele i-benefit yabantu aba-existayo kula mihla yangoku. So if we do not want this country to be like other countries that had fallen down due to this land issue, we must find our ways, but they must be quicker because we've been waiting for long. I and my family, we already suffered this issue there at Eastern Cape, because our land that our forefathers had fought for, we were never compensated for, but were taken for the benefit of the community. So we must find a working plan that is going to accommodate all of us, black and white, you see, because it is not going to take us anywhere to take the unutilized land that we cannot even utilize it because we don't have the capital or something that we can maintain or make that land to profit. So the land issue is being an issue that is affecting us all, yeah. Because now, after 1994, we all South Africans, black or white. So we must find the ways that that gonna benefit all of us in this issue of land, so that all of us can be all satisfied with this land issue. Yes. Really, I do not know what ways, but we must think of such ways that can make us as a country to progress. Notice things that are gonna make us suffer even much more than we are suffering. Yes, we need land, because land means a lot, because even the resources from this land will not benefit, or they do not benefit all of us that are living in it. And that was not we were voting for. So we need the plans that gonna work for all of the South Africans.
Thank you, sir. The time is coming to an end. You want to wrap up?
Oh yeah, ndifuna ukutsho ndithi ewe thina sesichaphazelekile kolidaba lomhlaba, ngoba ke owethu umhlaba seke wathathwa wasetyenziswa ngabahlali for i-benefits needs zabahlali. So siyekile ke loo nto kuba ke nathi siphila nabantu. So ukuba sizawuthatha umhlaba siphinde singabi nayo imeko yokuba siwusebenzise lo mhlaba ukuze ube nenzuzo, loo nto le izawusibeka phansi, izawusisokolisa. So makufumaneke indlela ezawuthi incedisane nathi sisonke thina bemi baseMzantsi Afrika, abamnyama nabamhlophe. Ewe thina bantu bamnyama singabantu abangaba umhlaba okanye kwafikwa selapha siwumile lo mhlaba, kodwa ngokungoske kufumaneke indlela ezinothi zincedisane nathi sisonke ukuze kungakhali omnyama kungakhali nomhlophe, kodwa sonke sifumaniseke ba siyaxola xa sisonke.
Thank you very much indeed, sir. Thank you for your input. Thank you for that. Next, please.
My name is Satirata Kwanindo. I'm a South African citizen. I live in Shiawela. I am a person living with BMD, bipolar mood disorder. I'm representing people with disability at Goodwill Industries. The head office is in America. I'm also representing the workshop for the people of the Limpopo by sewing, distributing the sewing. Then I want to make a workshop so that I can teach people how to sew. So my aim here is to also to do the learnership. Once those people are sewing, they're going to make a learnership for other peoples.
Sir, thank you very much. Do you have any input specifically on the expropriation bill or not?
I do have.
Yes, sir. Please carry on.
I have a place there near Mulapo technical school where there is an old building. I want to use that one. And also that the workshop which I was working there at Goodwill Industries, the COG company of Johannesburg, they want to expel those people because those people have dispelled the people with disabilities. They employ the people, they put the people who are able, the companies who are able peoples. So it is against now with the lease of that company. The lease of that company was in need of the people with disability. Now they put the other peoples, they dispel the people with disabilities, which is wrong.
Okay, ladies and gents, I think once again we're talking more about a local issue here. And once again, can I suggest that somebody from the city of Johannesburg who is able to add value, please speak to this gentleman. Sir, thank you very much for your input. Thank you. Ma'am.
Sanibonani. Ngiyabonga Chairperson.
umhlaba siyawudinga, especially siyisizwe simnyama. If nje ngingama la ngithi asike siswape imizi nabelungu abamhlophe. Umuntu ezazohlala la ngihlala khona, mina ngihambe ngiyohlala la ehlala khona, ayifile lento engiyifilayo, engikhule ngiyifila, abazukulu bami basayifila, abazukulu beyizukulwana zethu basayifila. Ake siswape imizi. Inzima impilo esiphilayo ake kunikwe abantu abasha. Okay, thina ke sesiyemgodini kodwa asithi laba esibazali labazukulu bethu kube yibona abazuzayo, sikwazi ukubaphusha nathi sisaphila, sisenamandlana amancane. Mabengathola umhlaba kuningi abangakwenza. Umntanami umzukulu wami mangidlala naye angikwazi ukudlala nomzukulu wami. Mangidlala nomzukulu wami udlala umayiphushana endaweni encane, angikwazi nje ukugijima nomzukulu wami ngigcwala ibala because anginandawo. So siyayicela indawo, sicela ngempela umthetho lo ukuthi abantu kumele babhadalwe, abantu abake basicabangele. If ngempela kuthiwa khona lento okuthiwa ireconciliation, abamhlophe nabamnyama bazwane, abake basukume phela nababamhlophe bathi hayi bo musana ukudlala ngabantu baphena, ngithi sesiyazwana. I-apartheid asifuni. And in South Africa I do believe ukuthi i-country enobubebe, enokuthula, engafuni impi, asifuni impi. Kodwa izinto ezinje zihambe zisilidele entweni, sikhumbule ukuthi sathathwela umhlaba wethu, kusho ukuthi ke emakhanda ethu asithathelwa ekhanda. Akekho sinakayo, siyakhuluma iminyaka ingaka. I'm 60 years today. I'm 60 years. Ngizofa still ngisahlala kulelo korokoti lendlu. Sicela umhlaba wethu wathatha ngo-1913 mahala. Siyabonga.
Thank you very much indeed, ma'am. A very passionate input. Thank you for that. Right, let's move on. I'd like the next group of people from the middle row, the middle section, who wish to make inputs, please to come up to the front.
One, two, 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 two.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we could continue, please. Can I ask that you settle down and give our speakers an opportunity to be heard? Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your cooperation. Sir, please carry on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good day to you all. My name is Dalinge Bongulu from Ward 13, Project Lane. Now, we grew up in the township being many families in one home. That was due to apartheid and the lack of land that we had. We are still going back to that because some people have still got that backwards thinking, that 1913 law that still lives today. I don't know why we don't understand that people like your Stains who's owned land for the longest must be compensated. How can I come into your home, take you and put you in a back room, and after 20 years claim to be giving you your house back to you, and yet you have to pay, I have to pay you for that land? I don't understand why must people be paid for being thieves, because that land was stolen. I need to reiterate that. The land was stolen. So how to compensate a thief for stealing your land? Now, for people who are against the bill, I don't see why should you be against the bill. There's land grabs happening where land is being taken unlawfully, and it lands our place. It makes our place look like your Brazil, where you've got many shacks popping up everywhere. If we have a bill and we have a straight law that will make sure that people get land according to a certain regulation, then we don't see the need for us to have shacks all over. And another problem with those shacks are mostly owned by foreign nationals. Why? Because we're taking the land unlawfully. Now, if the land is taken lawfully, we'll make sure that South African citizens are benefiting. Unlike this RTP situation, this needs to make sure that South African citizens are benefiting from this. And these old laws that are still existing today, I don't understand why in a new country, we're still living with old apartheid laws. I don't understand that. And why should we, I'll repeat, why should we compensate your Steins, your Van der Merwes for having benefited at the cost of our forefathers, and still we have to pay them for stealing our land? Please let us wake up and do the right thing. Let us give these black people land to live on, land to work on. Also, ask black people, when you get that land, make sure that you've got the idea, you know what you're going to do with that land, unlike the land that's going to sit and be wasted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Next, please. Sounds like your brother.
Can I continue?
Please, ma'am.
Sanibonani igama ngusizakele ngakubheka isibongo, ngiqhamuka from eDobsonville endaweni ekuthiwa Ward 47, endaweni encane nje lapha eWard 47 ekuthiwa iSphiwe Village, Dobsonville Hostel. Akukuningi engizokusho in such a way that angibhalanga nokubhala. Ngiyengezwa nje ubuhlungu ukuthi after so many years sisakhuluma ngomhlaba, and indaba yakhona ithatha isikhathi eside for no reason. Ngizocela namhlanje ngizonxusa especially abantu abamhlophe, ake nibe nozwelo. Emalokishini sihlala endaweni engeke nihlale nina, even your cottages azilingani nezindlu zethu. Uma ngabe ngempela eSouth Africa kune reconciliation, sicela ukuyibona in action yenzeka. There is a place engake ngayibona ngidlula eNiceville, mawungena estation ngaphakathi ngale kweNiceville ngabona the houses the RDP ezilaphayana. It's a shame and disgrace for umuntu omnyama into oyibona lapha. Kulezi izindlu iJared la khona angeke uyithenga imoto. They are telling you ukuthi wena uzalwe uphuwa, you'll die poor, nabantwana bakho bazofa bephuwa. You will never ever uqhubeke ngempilo wena. If every iJared lingenayo indawo yokungena imoto, nithini? Noma ngabe sengifuna ukuextenda, anginandawo yokuextenda. Ngicela nike nibheke bantu abamhlophe. Please, white people, check your heart. Especially the people who say they know God. Nihlala ezindlini umuntu ayi-1 hlala ku-17 room. And a black person bahlala bayi-27 in 4 room engenaJared. Bukuphi ukulungiswa lapho? Ake ngibuye kwabakithi abamnyama manje. Laba bathi bayasilwela. Laba bathizwe lakithi masilibhadalele before silithola. Right now baona izindlu Cape Town, kuphi yonke province unezindlu lo muntu. Aphinde futhi angaqedi lapho kuphuma ama-RDP unezindlu futhi kuma-RDP. Anikeleni ubunyoka. Anikeleni ubusathane, especially we black to black. Thina sisodwa nje siyaqindezelana kuqala. Kumnandi wena mangabe uphila kamnandi. Awunandaba ukuthi lo munye uphila kanjani. Ake sibuyisele lento yethu yobumnyama yokuthi thina sinobuntu. Ake sibuyiseni ubuntu. And njengoba kulokuthiwa thina asikwazi ukutshala. Abokhokho bethu bebetshala. The only thing bona bafike nemishini emkhulu. Thina besikwenza lokho ngezandla zethu. Because la uNkulunkulu wasinika. The only thing akasinika indaba zemishini. Usinike nayo imishini yethu. Please, ANC, ake ushintshe ukwenza. There is no money that we have to pay ukuthi sithole iland. The land yethu.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Because of the section.
What we're seeing here is people's justice. He tried to jump the queue.
Sanbonani, Godfrey Katuma from Orange Farm under Region G. I think the issue of this expropriation bill, I think we need to understand this issue. The government, he done ukuthi makazama ukuthi enze indaba omhlaba ukuthi speed up the process. Yamehlula ku speed up the process through ukuthi abamhlophe bebefuna imali eninzi. Wathuza ne mechanism which le proposal ayenzayo ebill. Which ibill yakhona xa siyijongile thina it's not a expropriation kwagama leli dingo amendwa because also yona ibill engenza ukuthi ku speed up indaba yomhlaba le. So that's why ke manje sine problem ukuthi if government yena ngokwakhe bafuneka speed up I process yokuthi abantu babe ne access from indaweni yomhlaba abe yena eraser izinto zomjikelezisa like for instance government wethu uqhela ukuthi like for instance ba kune open space land from elokishini ufuna ukuyisebenzisa ibhilenga to other department or mhlambe ku province or ku local uzokutshela to rezone lesa open space of umhlaba it will take you 5 years and leso sikhathi leso you don't understand why should ukuthi ukurezona a piece of land ufuneka yakhela umphakathi ihholo ufuneka ithathe 5 years because it was that place because this place ufuneka bamhlamba ibe ngese like ese education mhlamba kuzokwakhiwa isikolo but to change that ukuthi kuzokwakhiwa ihholo yomphakathi ufumanise ukuthi we need to take 5 years. So if a government ena that kind of clause kuye kwi-policies zakhe uzo-speed up kanjani indaba ye-land because now this expropriation i-acting njeka-government who's supposed to claim i-property eyomnikazi and ka uzoclaima into yomnikazi is between ukuthi uyayirejecta loo nto or uyakuvumela and akubiza imali eninzi kaphinda is another things ezizokwenza ukuthi inga-speed up indaba ye-issue yomhlaba. So I'll say mina ukuthi this bill right nje xa kuthiwa ugovernment uzenzela into yakhe not say kule environment esibhekene nayo eyokudinga umhlaba fumaniseke ukuthi sizohamba ngalamabhili afana nalana lamabhili noba singathiwa siyayibhasisa apha senzani but at the end of the day ikwayi-process lena ezojikeleza like naleni bikade imhlula ugovernment ukuthi abhadale laba abamhlophe bemfuna imali ezininzi. So I'll say ukuthi we need to revisit indaba yebill ukuthi sibone ukuthi le bill lena sifuna thina ibill ezo speed up indaba yomhlaba but lena as a government nje ukuba siyibona i-right for nani xa kuthiwa akunanto eyenzekayo abantu akhona nto abayifunayo azenzele lento ukuthi how to claim ke ezo properties ownwa ngabantu because indawo yokuqala umhlaba esiwufunayo ngumhlaba ohleliyo ogcwele kumafama kwabamhlophe ofuneka uze ebantwini so ubizwa ngokuthiwa is their own property owner of property lo mhlaba lo kusho ukuthi umnikazi umuntu othile ofisa ithi ke mawubuye umhlaba so kusho ukuthi disola ukuthi mina we need to address indaba yalento yele bill then ukuthi masithole a real bill ezo addressa issue yomhlaba ngiyabona.
Thank you very much, sir. Your timing was perfect. Next, please.
Okay. Dumelang, o bua mo ke Ntswaki, ke tswa Naledi Soweto Ward 130. Ne ke tlo bua ka di RDP houses. Ke na le 25 years. Ke le mo waiting list. Es nang le subsidy, akso sign le next. Okay. Nane ke re how about, because now but bana ba modisteng ka 2023 ka 2002 2004 bana le matlo rona ba bang ke bo 98 96 but arena matlo o ne ke re na how about government or housing a etse so because project ha itlo etsala ba tseba hore mole go tlo agiwa matlo a makae. How about ba kene ko database ya bona banke batho like ka di age tsa bona ta ba ngodisitseng ka tsona ba re founele or ba re SMS etse re tle ko officing ya bona re tlo signa subsidy so that ho tlo tsebo tsamaya hantle ho ska ba le corruption because what I see hona le corruption ko housing. Okay, ke bue ka di open stand ko Soweto. Ha o fitla ko Bram Park o re o phandile tšheletenyana ya hore maybe o ka reka stand seo. Ha o fitla ko Bram Park ba re e tla le stand number Lily Bizola, a councillor, the phone number ya council. Only to find out after that, so to achilo mole, mara when we see all that. So nakabu naki cheka, kiwanore, le councillor liena, because now most South Africa kushebelana fed. Councillor lena me bunzana le mutua high and ashoka space, amufe spaces, how do I fit amule spaces as number, sesina le mutu, bare sirekil, okay, it's fine. Hona le that thing ye ke boneng hore people ba zama hore ba phile ba ya ko di squatter camp haufi le di river mo metsi a tsamayang ha pula ena go ba le disaster government nka batho bale o ba kenya ko di RDP rona ma 96 ma 98 re sala mrao because of that. Ya o tsena the old houses gona le ko township gona le dintlo tse le reng ha di dule batho tseding ke marako o tla thuba bana ba mo bane ba etsang ba rekile ba janya ope ho etsalang eng government re kopa hore a cheke matlo a sa hloleng a dula batho a tsebe hore na ke ntlo ya mang ho etsa etseng so that a tsebe hore rekisetsa rona ba bang if re na le tšhelete or a kenye batho mo di ntlong tseo tsa gale tseo. Okay, so far ke a leboga. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see once again somebody talking about housing, local issues. And I don't necessarily want to stop people from speaking, even though they're not directly talking about the Expropriation Act. Everybody can have their say freely without interference. So let's move on.
Good morning. My name is Yumna Bukas. I'm very disappointed that we are still here be saying that about land. I'm 68 years of age. We were removed in Krugersdorp and forced remove. And that, I don't want to go back to that. But my whole argument that I have, we are here talking about land, while there's properties, we said here we're coming to speak about properties. And here there's people that are living in properties that doesn't belong to them. There's people still complaining about that they were removed from here because it's an industrial area. Go where I live in Base Valley. Next door, it's a car fix spraying. It's chickens here next door. It is people are farming inside the community and all those things. When is those things getting first addressed? How did those people get those houses? We are renting from people who are not South Africans. They have rooms right in the yard. It's unhygienically and all those things. What happened to the law of South Africa? There's no law in South Africa. Everyone is governing the way he wants to govern. So that must be first addressed, because why? Even public works buildings are owned by people who are not from South Africa. We as South African people, we can't even go into those buildings and start doing cooperatives. The gentleman was saying, yeah, I'm a cooperative. But we can't go to those buildings and want to occupy those buildings because you don't even know where is the Public Works office here. In Cape Town, I knew, but here you don't even know. So first address the things that are happening in property in South Africa that is wrong. People who are doing the wrong things in South Africa, and they are allowed to do those things because why? You go there, they have papers that you don't know where they got it from. I was born in Krugersdorp, but I'm telling you, I don't even have the rights that they have. So please, farming is worse because why? We can't get no farms, we can't get no leads. We are farmers, we have NQF level 6 in farming, but you can't go and farm anymore. And that's why South Africa has poverty as it has. That young man was so upset here, doesn't know what to do. Our children will smoke nyaupe and sleep under the bridge and do what they are doing because why? There's nowhere for them to go. Please rectify property properly and rectify land properly and rectify South Africa properly. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sanibonani. Ngumandla wakwaDube. Ngibuya White City Ward 35. Yeah. Tina sine crisis yalaphana eJabavu laphana eOppenheimer. Ngoba esike sayicela le ndawo as singama traditional healers ukuthi besifuna ukuthi ngathi singatshala laphana sisebenzise kodwa saku arts and culture yathi izobuya kithi since namanje singe Gauteng traditional healers since isilibele simile manje ngoba le ndawo sitshale lapha sifuna ukutshala kube nabo mama bazoyenza namabhizi into zakithi ezesintu angithi yabo so ke ngabona mani ngathi abasithathele ekhanda yabona and futhi secondly kunokuthi futhi kulungiswe netrata lapha ya sifaka amapave uthola amapave ethu ayakhishwa sokumila utshani engathi mana angazi nathi singake kuqashwe mani kulungiswe laphana kukhipha utshani ngoba suthi senza idrawbacks buyele emuva esengusanko ngoba ngiyayithanda iSouth Africa I born in South Africa manje mangiyibona emanisinka le country and kuseduze la ngiyakhona kude la ngibuya khona kodwa mangibheka this beautiful country ukuthi lelizwe lihle kangaka liya kuphi silibona limosheka especially thina amaSowetan's amaSowetan's nawathulile akusisowethu mina le ngiyaziyo like iJabavu la izinto bezisuka khona manje ke bengicela nje ukuthi nathi lo hulumeni esamvotela akasizwe asilalele ayenze izinto zethu ngoba angithi bathi democracy savota phela ngithi yabo ngentando yeningi so kumele asizwe asenzele into zethu ngoba njengoba bahleli lapha bahleli ngamavoti ethu into nje sicelayo le yabona ngoba ziningi into ezenzeka la namanje kuvuleka ama drain holes la abantwana bayawela last bokuwela omunye bamfuna uthole kunemigodi nje asivale lezo zinto lezo angithi izathi masikhuluma engathi ubamubi ngoba uhulumeni wasemuva bekasivala lezi zinto azibhekile yabona namanzi mawuthi ubheka imifula yethu environment yayimihle lemfula manje akusasenjalo and mangathi uyabheka umnotho wethu uphethwe abantu bokuhamba hayi kuthina ama South Africans no nathi yazi ugovernment makakasithathele asizwe ngoba siyavota angithi sambeka ngevote lo government ngiyabonga.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Ke bongane Ntseki ka lebitso ke tswa ko 16 Mapetla. Chair, taba ya pele office tsa municipality a di tlameha dula le sena electric. Ke bua so sena one office Phiri Mapetla a ena electric. Bonkgono ba sokola ba bontatemolo ba rona ba sokola. Ba uda balansa councilor gift mathe malapane moli. And I wish is ko kopa le keep the promise tsa lona ona tje ofisi ya municipality tlamehile dule ntse na le backup. Ke tle ka IDP sewer main. Khale tswile project from 16 from councillor Padi ya tla ka councillor Khobata se le councillor gift ona tje. Councillor gift o pa ke hlo community e dula ntse molwantsha mlebe. Ona tjo batla sewer batho 16 e dula ntse e blocka ke di blockage molebe. Ke di pipe tsa khale from Sapano phela bonkgono ba rona le bontatemolo. Go kopa ke lokisiwe o 16. Ke tla le ka mobile clinic o 16 ko Mapetla ko mlo sports project teng e tswile le yona. Go kopa le tse bonkgono le bontatemolo mobile clinic mo le mlo ground sports complex. Ke tla le ka Eskom. Eskom a ke o parle ke tsentho tse right because go dula ntse kana low shedding lebe ona le batho ba kula bonkgono le bontatemolo ba rona ba kula ba dira di oxygen di watwat. So ko parle li bue le Eskom di tsentho tse right le lona. And because of Eskom I batla go batho ba patala go pa etse flat rate community ya le go pa ba etse flat rate because of e ka se gone dula ntse le ba patala ka mo ke di low shedding molebe. Ke kopare lona wa kwa ko di ke kopare le tshepiseng community ntho tse right. Le ska yetsa community ma ka ntse le re le tlaetsa go kopa le ntho tse right. Community tla thaba holo le ntho tse right. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Itumeleng Matole from Ward 35. I'm a BC member. Firstly, I would like to know whether...
Sorry, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt you. Can I ask you just to speak up a little bit and closer to the mic?
Okay.
Thank you.
Firstly, did they do the land audit to see where the people interests lie? And then since I came from Jabavu, where one house is divided into 3 portions for 3 different families. As the families grow, people become overcrowded, and this causes fights between neighbors and families and disputes over space and family houses. This is a result of lack and land spaces by the apartheid government. Therefore, I support the land should be expropriated without compensation so that black people in township should have access to land. Okunye kumanje sinenkinga gender-based violence, GBV ikala from emakhaya lawo esihlala kuwo because of sishare ibase nabomkhulu nabomalume nabobani. Right now kune ward 8 is a loli extension ekokotela. That place abantu bangenile abantu bayahlala kunabahlali lapho. And then that place kuye kwaza housing banikeza amaphepha ukuthi occupy indawo engase yakho. Occupy kanjani indawo engase yakho ekubeni abomkhulu nabogogo bethu bafa balwela inkululeko. So mina I support expropriation without compensation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sanbonani. Thank you, Chair. I'm Sbongile Octavia Mutau. I'm a ward committee, development planning, urban management. I'm representing people from Ward 16 Mapetla, who were removed from their land at Masakeng in 1952. They want to know when they will get their money from land claim. It's been long since they've been claimed. So I've been running around to Pretoria to find the quotation and the proof that when they will get their money. So they would like you, maybe you can give us something that is tangible for them to know when they will get their money, or you can give us our land back so that they can build their own houses. I thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deborah. I'm from Meadowlands Community Forum. I'm not a member, I'm just a community, from a community. But I stay in Brandfisherville, Ward 49. I'm renting out a room there, whilst I'm still waiting for my RDP house for 27 years, due to corruption. We are actually here to speak about corruption. I'm not supporting this expropriation of land. We are here for what government is saying about corruption. E performiwang ke di officials tsa government. 99% of people who are here are old grannies and old men who are renting out. Isn't the government ashamed of that? They are renting out rooms and houses whereby he is giving them 2,080 rent, but someone is paying 3,000 rent. Go and borrow the difference from the neighbors. Isn't this poverty or frustration? I don't think we are here for this bill of expropriation of land. We are here for the government to stand up and fix where it went wrong. Otherwise, what I see, I'm not seeing it with my carnal eyes. I am seeing it somewhere else. The West is coming. The day will be dark soon, and the night will look like bloodshed. If the government doesn't pull up his socks now, this is a warning from heaven, not from below here. And it's gonna start from them up. They better fix right now, not tomorrow. This is the message of other community members, which I'm here in the standing in the gap, crying for their RDP house, including me, myself, crying for the RDP house. These RDP house from 1996 up to now, they are hijacked. Where I live in Brandfisherville, from phase 1 to phase 4, someone is sitting with 4 to 10 houses. Having those 10 houses alone. And they are not even having South African citizenship. There's corruption. How can you have 4 houses when a person who applied in 1996 but cannot benefit to have a house right now, but you are sitting with 10 houses? People of God, let's stand up. We have prayed. There is no prayer which we have never prayed. But our prayers hit the halls and came back to us. So I am relating this to the government, to the honorables of infrastructure, development, property, and the management, that they must go and tell the parliament or whoever whom they are, who send them here to have the meeting with us, that the people are frustrated, they are moving in poverty. There's nothing which they could not do, and they cannot even, don't know what to do. Some of the people here, they don't even know what is the next meal.
Sorry, Deborah,
Because they've got nothing at home.
Can you wrap up, please, Deborah?
I thank you, sir. It's not an anger, it was just a warning. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Deborah. Let's move on.
A ke dumedise bagolo. Nna ke David ka lebitso. Ke ke reeditse botlhale ba mmuso kgotsa ba governmente go leka go bua ka lefatshe. Bothata ba me ke gore nako e re dulang re itshepisiwa mo dirong tse re di tshepisiwang re ka nna gompieno ra tlotla ra bua go fitlha ka moso, mme dilo ga di tshwanetse di diriwe ga di diragale. Ba ba lekanang le nna re gopola gore ha ne re tswa ko sekolong re kile ra fa ba ne ba ibitsa omsobobo, re kile ra ema wa be wa tswa mo aging ene go mo ke gore jaaka ba bua gona no a ba nne le a sense of agency o setsa lefatshe ntle le tuelo mo go rona gonna ga re kolote lefatshe ke sa ntlha seo. La bobedi ga rena ditiro, re na le bana ba gola ka moso ba tlabe ba sena se ba se jang gape. O tsaya sengwe se o nang le sone mo pateng o bula kgwebonyana go leka go godisa bana ba gago. Go tla motho o tswang ko ntle o fitlha o tlhoma mo pele ga gago. Mo governmenteng e re tshelang mo yone ga gona di-policy tsa go thibela le go protecta baagi ba lefatshe le. Jaanong le se ba se buang gona nong sa kgatlha se setle, mme ra be re tlhokafale go tla bana ba rona gape e bankanywa gape e isiwe ko pele gape ntse re eme. Bothata ba me bo ke buang ka bona gona bo la ke botlisang gona nong a re nne le a sense of agency ga re bua ka dilo di diragale, batho ba kgone go tswela ko pele. Ha o lekana le nna o lekana le mama o sena go nnang go teng ga go tlhokafala wena bana ba gago ba sala ba nna kae bona? Ha se bone ba ilolwanelang le bo malome dintlo tsa bo malome. A re rekeng gore se re buang ka sone gona nong re tsenya tlhaloganyo ya nako mo go sone, re bone re ya ko pele re fitlhelela tse re di dirang. Mme ke go tshepisa le yaanong gore morago ga jara tse 5 e tla be ntse amendiwa e bankanywa gape, re tla be re ntse gape mo ka ntlha ya nako e ba sa re tseng into cognizance rona. Ha o le 60 o sena go nnang go teng o na le bana ba ba kae, o na le ditlogolo tse kae go fitlhelela yaanong. Nna sa me se se botlhokwa ke nako. Re agile di-spaza shop, we cannot work, ga gona mmereko, re leka go thusa government re dire mmereko. But ba ba tswang ko ntle ba fitlha ba ema mo ga ba hiri ope, they don't contribute into banking, GDP, they don't contribute, but they're always protected. There's police vans tse di tlang di bona ma Pakistan there. What about us? Ke a leboga.
Thank you, sir.
Sanmonani, I'm Sarah Makaya from Deep Kloof, ngumhlali. Hleli lana ngayo indaba yokusupporta lento ye-land. Ngo-1913 wathathwa umhlaba without any compensation. Nathi mawubuye umhlaba i-government isenzele amakhaya kuphuma abantu bangaphandle baya owner. Sihleli siyi-20 endlini, abantwana, izukulwana, izukulu zezizukulwana, bonke bathi kukithi lana. Into efanele siyenze kanjani? Kumele senzeni ukuthi sizuze emhlabeni wakithi? Sisuka lana siyorenta kubo labantu abaphuma ngaphandle. Yitho esibhadala bona. Kukho konke lokho. We've got a place, Southern Farm. I-government nayo mayithathe without compensation. Isakhele izindlu. Okuningi anginakho, ngiyabonga.
Dumela. Daga. ka lebitso nna ke Teboho Peter Morus. Nna a tseba baswadi hoja nako e ne le teng hoja nako e ne le teng ne ke batla ho le fa story hanyane fela ke tla le fa tse ke tla le fang tsona mara fela pelo ya ka e bohloko keng bothata ba ka ke bo nna ke motho physically challenged. I can't tell you or come to disabled because Kelelaka Nemaswaka Asibit. Kibua Jovani, Orange Farmer Mokesante. How na let's code? Say one. Say one. Akwali Kolotongat. Say one. Sabatwa physically challenged. And I has to be your orange farmer or anywhere like our Majazan. Anyway, Sitor Sebeleta cow fail. Maraharna son. And in Tungu to some government or not, the NGO would cut it to the charity. What do it's one Kawana Baborona, Banavarona. Ba tlo dulang hae hodima tšhelete government ya o fang yona o lo reka dijo o patale sekolo o etse tšhelete eo e ka se afford ntho tse kaofela and hape hona mo legislature mo ne ke le mo ka 2016 ke la ka the very same thing e ke le jwetsang yona ba la ke ngole ke la ngola ka le submit till today, I accept the Karab. King of Tonatan Reyes or Rutolid Karab. Gabot a copa tuso copa Carabo, Moatua Okamisi. Kimang or Tonatan Ash or Rutolid Karab at the right. Galebo.
Chairman, good morning to you all. Indeed, the issue of land is a sensitive issue, Chairman. The land is God's land. We are the middle class. We work the land. The land belongs to those who work it. The land belongs to those who live on it. The land belongs to all South Africans. Then the land is our land. So the beneficiary of the apartheid, the beneficiary of the colonization, the beneficiary of the settlers must bring back the land to the Africans. We want the land not to just look at the land. We want the land to be able to contribute to the mainstream of the country's economy. We want the land so that we are able to develop the townships. We want our government to take over the land so that divide this land equally so to the resident, to the citizens of the country. So it is, I have this pen. The Gauteng legislature pen. I didn't ask. No one saw myself taking the pen. I took it and put it in my pocket. And then it's stealing. Then when you want the pen back, you will have to pay me an amount of 500 rand. But I stole this pen from you.
So then we are saying you cannot take our land as a settlers. And then you develop a law that suits you to defend your wrongdoing. You speak of corruption. When corruption started, it started there in 1939. They took our land, they created they took our land, they created and designed the law, the 1913 Act, that prevents ourselves as Africans to be able to have an access and ownership of land. So then we are saying this motion of expropriation, we are supporting it. We are supporting it based on the belief that the national government will be able to give us a share, an equal share on the land. The main thing is that, lucky the man who discovered what is under the land, the minerals. Till now we were not aware of the gold, what the gold, the diamond under the land. Ours it was sitshale, silime, sakhe izindlu. But then the arrival of the Jan van Riebeeck in 1652, then they discovered the gold somewhere there. Yeah. So Chairman, sengivala Chairman ngithi umhlaba siyawufuna bawulethe umhlaba wethu. So that sizokwazi contribute to the national economy. I submit, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Dumelang. Libitso la ka ke Thabo Maboya. I'm the ANC Secretary in Ward 8 Lenesia. Chairperson of the session, honorable guests. Firstly, I'd like to move with my support for the promotion of the bill that seeks to repeal the Draconian Acts, be it the 1913 or the Expropriation Act of the 1975. My submission would be one, but then it is informed by a case study of an oversight visit by the NCOP to Region G last year, if not year before last. I believe that there is no interrelatedness between the arms of legislature or be it the affairs of state that, as alluded, every entity, be it at the local sphere, has got the powers to expropriate, but then seemingly there is no interrelatedness. My example would be based on the most recent UISP projects in Region G, that which we believe they may be part of or the means of expropriating or ensuring that we redress the past imbalances. COJ would have went and explored means to expropriate land that is due for development, but then you find that the courts at times, they stand on the way of such developments, because I do believe that when an entity such as COJ Housing would embark on an UISP program, they would be informed by what transpires in this document as a directive. But I believe there is no coherent support from, be it the provincial department of DID, for we had learned that the majority of land packs in the province, they belong to DID. But at times when such huge infrastructure or development projects, they happen, they tend to be interrupted by legal frame or terms that they be sent from courts or from pillar to post. And mainly we find that the legal, the legislative body would follow or would give support to maybe a particular section or fraction which would be opposing to what is underway. But then with that being said, I would like for the Department of DID, COGTA and Human Settlement to take a deep cognizance in relation to the bill here. Maybe whatever that this House would have gathered for here. If GPL can entrust or can put trust to the people and believe and hope to the people of Gauteng, let we take these processes and pilot them in Region G of Johannesburg, which is equitably bigger than Northern Cape. I think the NCOP report would have yielded that. But now, because it's a Region G, I know like Chief Whip, from your perspective, we know it as a Region G. It comprises 3 PCOs, Kliptown, Orange Farm, and Lenesia. Believe you me, the residents of that region, they are not in any way aloft of what the state of development for their region looks like, except for us calling for a new smart city in the Region G. I thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Apology, Chair.
I'm glad you're still alive, you know.
Yeah, no, apology, Chair,
Okay.
because I was feeling very bad. So I didn't like to sit here for a long time. Okay, thanks. My name is Fanyana. I'm from Ward 122, Region G. The poorest region in Joburg is Region G. So I'm very worried, Chairperson, when I hear a councillor says, doesn't go with this bill. I'm very worried about the first councillor that spoke about that. I'm very worried where he stays. Maybe there is no shacks. Maybe he never seen a black person suffering because of a land. Maybe he's staying with billionaires who stole the land. It's what I am very worried, my leader. How can we pay a land that was being stolen? And remember, we have already paid the land. Christian died for this land. So who died for this land? Which land must we pay? How can you pay back a land that was being stolen? We have our revolutionary leaders that they died. So why do you want money while you have stolen the land from us as the black? This land belongs to the black people. When you go in this side of Orange Farm, as my leader was saying here, it's very painful, my leader. We are owning just a 10-meter space. Yes, we don't have a space. So the only thing that we are asking is our land back. Today we are here in Gauteng, in Joburg City. Do you know under this Lokuzenin, under here, they have already taken the gold. Anytime we can collapse. They have stolen everything, these people. They must give us our land. It's what we are begging. No payment they must get. They have already taken a land. They've already taken minerals here to Europe to sell it. They are busy eating, Poza. The only thing that we are asking, bring back our land. Sifuna umhlaba wethu. It's what we are asking. We don't want to pay them. How can you pay somebody who have stolen land? Right now, today, if you go, even if you can go to Bosan, maybe let's say in other areas, where the whites maybe, the people who, okay, let me just say, the people who stole the land, and go and check their land. You find somebody is having 1,000 hectares of a land. One person, yes, there's nothing inside, but he's saying, I'm the one who's owning. You are owning where from? Where did you buy that land? So no one bought land here in Mzansi. People stole land. So the only thing that we are asking to the government, let people bring back our land. It's what we are asking only. No one must say, hey, they must pay me, hey, what. No. You didn't come in Europe using a locuzen. You didn't come with a land here. You just came here to rob us. So we are saying, in peace, sicela umhlaba wethu. We are not fighting with anyone. We are not chasing anyone. But we can't buy something that was being stolen to our grandfathers who died for this land. They've already paid a big price. I don't know what price do they want. Thanks, my leader.
Thank you very much. Can I just say, sorry, can I just say to you, sir, hello? Hello? Can I just say, you questioned why somebody else had a different view. All I want to say is everybody is entitled to their own view, as you are. Thank you, sir.
Sanbonan. Through you, Chair. My points are very short, and I'm going to read just to be a bit articulate. Apartheid was deemed a crime against humanity in 1966 by the United Nations. Not only was the system declared inhumane, but it was also regarded as a criminal act. So, and this was under international law. So, why then is the Land Act of 1913 not declared a crime under the new laws of our government? Why are we compensating for property that was distributed during a period of blaze in Tagar? That's my first point. Second one, South Africa is the most, well, it is said that it's the most unequal country in the world. And first of all, this goes against Chapter 2 of the Bill of Rights, this, which speaks about equality for all, right? So, with that being said, is this not a contravention of Section 25 and subsection 1 of the Property Act regarding the fact that we are living in the most unequal country in the world, both in land and also in wealth? Is it not a contravention of subsection 25, Section 25, subsection 1 of the Property Act? And you will read what it says, and then maybe the answer to that will also show you how backward I believe this process is, because I feel like we have not spoken to the core issues of the land, the land problem in our country. We need to regard the cries of Abokoko Laba that were speaking here of staying in 4 and 2-roomed houses, while we expect engineers and medical doctors to come out of those small tin houses. How does one study a textbook this big with 10 children screaming just outside? How does one study the mechanics of engineering? How does one study how to put up a building this big with ugogo coughing in the next room? These are basic things that we should talk about in these acts. And I heard you, Chairperson, saying that most of the people that were coming here are not addressing issues that have to do with the bill. But that speaks to the level the level of participation that goes into these things, because I don't see any landowners here. I only see victims of what you are trying to talk about here. And these victims are telling you what they feel. So if you are saying what they are, what most of them are talking about, be it land for Izangoma, be it land for disabled people, whatever the case, this is what they want in their most simplest lives. These things here are very complicated, very, very complicated. You understand? And we cannot call Abu Makoko, and then we know Abu Makoko were denied education by the very system that stole their land. So how can we now want them to articulate things that have to do with this bill? Why not listen to what they are saying and then try with our academic minds to then put it into a piece of paper that will speak to their needs and their wants? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I just say to you, I absolutely agree with you, which is why people could come up and speak whatever was on their mind. We didn't stop them. So I agree. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair, and acknowledging all the dignitaries that are on the panel. My name is Percy Sibata. I've been deployed by the ANC BE6 structure of Marcus Rapoto branch to come and put in some input on this panel. I'm the one that was screaming for 5 minutes because I had a reason, Chair. I think you overruled it to 4. But I would like to demand my minute because you never apologized on taking my minute away from me. I withdraw. Yes. Chair, if you look at Section 25 of the Constitution, there is only one subsection, that is Section 2, subsection A, that is relevant in all respects. Other than that, Section 25 need either to be scrapped in its entirety or amended in the near future. I say so and I advance that because if you look at Section 25, it's more like a foundation of Chapter 3 of this expropriation bill. And if you look at this expropriation bill, Chapter 3 on investigation and valuation of property, quite sincerely speaking, whoever authored this document is very apologetic to the previous regime that disadvantaged our communities. And I would like to borrow a thought, some of you who always followed the teachings of the late President Oliver Tambo. Oliver Tambo would always say to you, without knowing your history, you can never advance the struggle and win a revolution. And I want to come there so that the chairperson here can understand why I am quoting specifically Section 25 as well as Chapter 3 of this expropriation bill. You are being apologetic in the sense that another gentleman advanced the thought here and said, if you want to advance a bill and have a bill being relevant to the people, you need to have time frames. And time frames, when you say, if ESCOM wants to expropriate land to deal with load shedding on agency, they are restricted to 18 months. That's pushing it too far. The meaning of agency, in my view, is anything from less than 7 days, but not more than 90 days in the future. If you want to expand it, you can say 6 months. Everybody else can tolerate it. But the remainder of this expropriation bill, if it passes muster and it's adopted, everything should be resolved in 18 months. That is economic freedom and land realization in our lifetime. Not all of you will be still alive in the next 5 years. Now, let's move on, Chair, when I want to clarify and justify what I'm saying here. If you look at the reason why we say 18 months everything should be finalized, there are people who government expropriated land and built RDP houses for them. Some 15, 17, 20 years ago, or even 25 years ago, and they were handed over those RDP houses. But I can tell you right now, you can go to an informal settlement such as 525 in Lenasia South, Hospital Hills, or Deep Slot. Those areas are still not yet proclaimed. They do not appear on the maps. The people have been occupying the houses for over 20 years. They don't have title deeds. So what is our government doing? We are busy voting for a sleeping ANC, and I'm an ANC member in good standing, but we need to start having revolutionary ANC leadership that will understand that a title deed is a sign of ownership to your land. Then I want to say to the chairperson, now I am utilizing my remainder 1 minute of the 4 minutes. If you look at how apologetic as a government you are, you have the Department of Health, you have the Department of Education, you have the Department of Justice, Safety and Security, people who can ensure and enshrine the right to peace and freedom. Those people do, at the moment, this legislation does not speak to them on how they can expropriate land, to acquire land, to make medical services accessible to our people, to have more police stations. Crime is rampant right now. Our infrastructure is damaged day in and day out. All the cable that was laid down by the previous regime, today it's in scrapyards or some of it is in ships en route to China. And we cannot be apologetic about that. And then now, you need to now look at the other thing, which I need the city of Johannesburg, particularly because I am in Gauteng. I'll speak to a city I reside in. Each and every formally classified person as a third citizen, I can tell you right now, we should not be subjected to any tariffs. The Freedom Charter that our forefathers and our forebears promised us, they said we are going to have access to free water, free electricity, and free land. Because we have never benefited from the mineral resources under the land that we stand on. The people that took all the proceeds of the mineral resources, if their grandchildren are still on this earth, they are the ones who should be subjected to tariffs and electricity hikes. Tina, ugesi akufuzanga siubhadale free electricity to each and every formerly third class citizen.
Sorry, sir. I'm so enthralled by your input. I'm going to allow you the extra minute you asked for.
Thank
Go
you.
for it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Uchairperson uyalamukela levangeli amandla. Now, let's move on to a very realistic area here. And the interesting part of it, I believe the Department of Infrastructure, I've seen they have their heads here. My people, myself included, when we say we expropriate land, you know what we do? Because the Department of Legislature and the Department of Justice does not come to us and explain it in our indigenous languages. By letter sebeyileta ngesilungu, isilungu ogogo abangasazi, because we need to accept that we have a high illiteracy level in this country, particularly for people who were 18 years, 1994 and above. Most of them right now, they are in their late 40s or in their early 50s. They can't read and write. So this expropriation bill is a little bit irrelevant to them. And I can actually sympathize with the chairperson, Magati. Everyone is coming in here. They are not contributing to the content that you thought you desired. Because people thought this was a complaint session open for the city of Johannesburg. Nobody explained the purpose of this city. Now, I want you to look at this. When you say you are expropriating land, and I will borrow a term, after the EFF said expropriation of land without compensation, people started having these shack towns mushrooming everywhere. And what are the sizes of the shack towns? 10 by 10. Now, look at all the other races that are taking land. When they expropriate, bathatha umhlaba, 1 acre to 1 acre, bawufensa ngama-face brick in your communities. Today, you have Pakistanis, you have a lot of people, foreign nationals, who have taken over a lot of land, are building warehouses, are building hardwares in your own communities. Where is government protecting us from this foreign expropriation of land in our lifetime?
Thank you,
I
sir.
thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm seeing some people creeping up around the back here, and they're hoping I'm not seeing them. But I'm seeing them, so I don't want anybody to say, you know what, that Mlungu, he wouldn't allow us to speak. So if there's anybody else who wants to have input, now's your time to come up here, please. Anybody. I'm not going to restrict it. Because after this, we are done in terms of the inputs. Right, so we have two. Are you coming up, sir? Okay, we've got a few more people. Let's move on, sir. Thank you.
Good day. Sanbonani. All protocol observed because of time. Sorry, my name is Simon Mzimkulu Xaba. I'm from Soweto, Mfulo. I didn't know today this will be happening. I just heard on the radio yesterday night from Jose FM that there's something happening with regards to inputs and stuff. But what I'm here for is to issue of food production, agriculture, access to land. As much as we need land, as much as our forefathers fought for land and they were forcefully removed from their land, but we need to be trained, we need to know how to manage the infrastructure, what I see happening in our communities of late, especially in the urban area, there is starvation, there is stunting that is happening in schools. Because of the high cost of living, young people find themselves forced to, sometimes they go and rob just to survive, just to have food to eat. So I'm just appealing to everyone, can we be given land for food production, especially in the township or in the urban area? It's unlike in the rural area because it's much more easier in the rural area. If you need land, we are a good chief, and then you negotiate, and then you are given land, and then you can produce your crops. But here in the townships, in the urban area, you look for land just to plant your vegetables. There's none. You approach a school that you have an idea, you want to start a vegetable production, and you are given terms and conditions that stipulate that you need to, when you harvest, you need to donate or you need to pay because there's feeding scheme and so forth. Intengi kalelayo bantu abadala and everyone included, can we be given, especially us who have training? I did Iloni agriculture. I have an NQF level 4 in agriculture, primary agriculture at a TVET college. Practically, I know how to do plant production. So what I'm appealing is, can we be given access to land? Like, for instance, in my local community, there's a park that is run by Ilona, that is run by the city of Joburg. There's just green grass, they cut, which is beautiful, is great. But what if I make a proposal, which can I just be given maybe nearby a small portion as well, where I will plant my cabbages or my maize, and I will irrigate and take care of the stuff. Because I need to eat, I need to feed my family. Times are tough, and there is starvation, there is stunting. Children, abantwana bayalamba, abantwana abadli kahle. They are not eating a balanced diet. They are not getting protein and stuff. So what I'm appealing, please, can we be given land, and may the land be given to the right people who will know how to utilize and manage the resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Doesn't he look like a farmer? Yeah, he looks like a farmer, no? Okay, next. Ladies and gentlemen, we're closing the speaking list now. So we're not going to let anybody else creep in behind me here. When these people are done, we're done. And then I'll hand the meeting back to the chair of our committee.
Sanibonani, igama lami nguSibongile ngiphuma Ward 15 eSoweto. Mina I've got only two protocol observed chairperson bahlali nonke. Mina my only concern here is that our government is very generous to people who are coming to corrupt our country with the land. They give land to people who are coming here to kill our children. Can our government make sure that people who are being given land, they are coming here to As I'm sitting here, I'm crying because in the past, during apartheid eras, yes, we say apartheid was bad to us, but during the apartheid era, white people who were ruling by then, they used to check. They used to check, when you say you come here to open a business, what kind of a business are you coming to open? And people were employed. They were not just giving people land just for fun and not see what is happening there. So can I please make a plea to our South African government that we put in power, they must oversee whoever is coming to this country and say she's coming or he's coming to make business, he wants a land. That land must benefit our children, not kill our children.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you.
Good day. Thank you, Chair. My name is Ethel Khadebe. I'm a community activist. I just want to say a few things because we're told now we must write our submissions. And I said I've been waiting a lot, Chair. I just want first to start by saying there was a comment to say the presentation of the bill is against the Constitution, is unconstitutional. I quickly went to chapter 25 of the Constitution, subsection 1 and I think subsection 2. This bill actually it's founded on the Constitution, so that we don't live here and being misled to think that this bill is against the Constitution of the country. I thought I must comment on that. And the Constitution gives us the framework of what the bill is giving us. So I want to make comments just on few things that the land reform included redistribution. All I want the panel to explain to us what is in the public interest that is not encapsulated in these three sentiments. Is there anything else that we must look at when we live today? The second thing I wanted to comment, limited to these three ones that the Constitution already and the department has already started doing. What I want to comment also on, that since the inception, since the Constitution declared and the Department of, Department of Land and Land Agriculture and Land Reform, i-department kama Didiza Toko Didiza. Unama deputies ayi-2 laphana. But the progress of land redistribution or land reform has been very, very slow. If you look how many million, just about 3 million of black people benefited from the program, is too long. And the reason to me is that there's too much bureaucracy in the department. There's too much red tape that the people cannot access, claim the land. And even with the claims, one speaker here said, it's been so many years. So we want the department, my input is that the department must fast track the redistribution of land. People cannot wait anymore. And that will also help. We know we don't want to collapse the economy, but to give land to the people is also to address issues of poverty, unemployment, as the youth has spoken here, and also an inequality in the people of South Africa. As you see us here, we're not the same, we're not at the same place. Others have, others don't have. So it is not a favor, it is something that must happen. And I want to come to something that was mentioned. We were told by in the presentation that three level of government, spheres of government, national, province, and municipalities, and the other entities are responsible to redistribute, to expropriate land. And I think the government has made a too much faraway long-term declaration about the NDP that says in 2030 we must have 30% of land. That is too little given the challenges that we have about land and inaccessibility of land to the people. And I think my submission to the department would be, one, can we fast track the land issue, the expropriation of land? Secondly, can we have an instrument, because I understand there were discussions that there will be committees set up at local government and where, but we do not have, that has not come to us, we the people, to say how do we participate in those committees to eliminate also issues of corruption and nepotism about this land claim. And we have a lot of land in South Africa. We traveled and go. The land is not in the hands of the people. There's vast land in South Africa. The government should not have a problem to give land to the people. Instead, I stay in Gauteng, you go to Midrand. The land every day, there's a developer who's building up business. It cannot be that all the land is given to the private. Otherwise, the government is going to have a serious challenge. That is why people are starting to invade the land illegally. So there's too much business, and I'm not sure if the department that deals with land expropriation and the land issues is aware. There's more business, land, vast land given to people to build up.
Can I ask you just to wrap up, please?
Okay, so my last wrap up is land to the business must not be at the expense of the people. There must be a balance that we need investment, but we cannot have our country, everybody is taking our country to build business. That does not benefit the people. We have a high rate of unemployment. To whom are these businesses accounting? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Sanbonan. My name is Basi Maile. I am the chairperson of the Veterans League in Ward 27, Diepkloof, Soweto. Comrades, it seems we are missing it here. Somebody, the previous speaker, spoke about our history. It will always haunt us. You should know that this expropriation bill is well accepted by the majority of our people, because this land was not stolen. It was given away by people who are not the indigenous people of this land. And that was on the 27th of February, 1884, by the Paul Kruger administration. They signed this document known as the London Convention, which means they've got all the powers over this land. That is why even today, they registered South Africa as a corporate state. We are saying, seated here, expropriation of land. And that document, to be honest, they told Paul Kruger that it is irrepealable, meaning that we cannot do anything about it. But the truth of the matter is, this land was never signed by, that document was never signed by the indigenous people of this country. That's what we needed to say before expropriation of land, that we must regard that document as null and void. And they must deregister South Africa as a corporate state. Thirdly, we are going to interrogate this document because once you expropriate, it's much more confrontational, because we have adopted our sisters here, which are the Afrikaners. We need to understand that right now, there is Orion somewhere there. It's right inside somebody's land. We are the champions of negotiations in this country, more especially when we are led by the African National Congress. We will give them time to go and negotiate that, so that there mustn't be another violence like the Anglo-Boer War that took many lives out of the Afrikaners and the black people. Let us be careful. We do accept this document as another solution, though it is long overdue. However, I still reserve the right to say, yes, expropriation of land is very much important, because commercial farming has declined dramatically today. There is now what we call food shortage. The Afrikaners had to disband and disperse. Some are in Africa. There is no more farming by South Africans. We are saying to you, comrades, unconditionally, let the land go back to its rightful people. Let United Kingdom pay South Africa in compensation more than 100 quadrillions of European currency in compensation of the South African people.
Thank you, sir. Would you wrap up, please?
Yes. And comrades, my time is over. Perhaps we could also meer gesels eendag.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Sanbanan Bashal. Is this thing?
Settle down. Shh. Thank you.
I hear this talk of land expropriation. Into the mic. I think, I'm just going to say one thing. The Van Tonder who took the land, and now he's gone to Germany or Holland, wherever he is. And when the government wants to buy that land, they can't find him. He's overseas, can't be found. So the government, why can't they take that land and operate on it and give people land so that they can build their houses? Because it's in the bill. Because right now, when you go to those infrastructures where there is land, they say you must look up in the paper, and then when you find that land, you must come to them, and then they'll tell you if it's privately owned or it's from a municipality. You do that, and when you come back, they'll tell you, take that address and put it, it's going to be on the bid. And then you must look out for a date, and then you must come for the bidding. Can you really bid with the builders? So the next best thing is for us to go in and build shacks so that we can be able to access the land. Because what the government is doing now with the people in the shacks, they are the first preference, and they're coming from other places, not in Johannesburg. So must we all go build shacks so that you can acquire land? Thank you.
Thank Thank you very much.
Angibingelele mphathi ohlelo. Mina ke nguzenza muhle ngwakamajoli Sibongo. Ngingumphathi induna yale Esphiwe village. Ngaphansi kwe-COJ kodwa ke ngiphume ewadini kwad 47. Ngisukunyiswa nje ubuhlungu bengithi angizosukuma. Ukube kuthiwa futhi kuyenzeka bengathi lo mhlangano mhlambe kube umhlangano okugcina. Ngci cause ngoba sekunesikhathi eside kukhulunywa ngendaba yempilo yabantu nomhlaba wabantu kuhlalwa phansi kukhulunywa kube kukhona abanye abanethezekile endaweni zabantu. Kubhlungu ukuthi intandane namhlanje azange zabenefita lutho endaweni yazo noma yobaba omkhulu bazo. Kodwa njalo makufike kuze ngakizo kuthiwa kuhlale phansi kucutshungula imithetho. Ibhlungu kakhulu lonto njenganaleyo. Ngakho ke okuyikona futhi okuphinde kube bhlungu lokho ukuthi umbuzo wami usekutheni uma ngabe kuthiwa akubhadalwe kubhadalela umhlaba ohambe ngephutha uma sesikushilo ukuthi kwakuyiliphutha lokho ukuthi uhamba umhlaba wethu noma untshontsho ngalendlela ewantshontshwa ngayo uma ngabe kuthiwa ke kuyiliphutha siyakuvuma kuyiliphutha ngithi sisho njalo sithi kuyiliphutha ngakho namanje akubo umhlangano okugcina lona okungcono ukuzokhuluma ngokuthi umhlaba lo esitho wethu uyabuya yini uma ngabe kuukuthi uyehlwe ukuthi ubuye abasho ukuthi siyehluleke ukubuyisa kungasuthiwa umhlaba wethu asubhadalele angeke subhadalele umhlaba wethu angeke subhadalele umhlaba wethu uma ngabe kuukuthi uthatha ngenkani asitshele ukuthi uthatha ngenkani ngekhwepha sazo ukuthi uthatha ngenkani kuphela ukunoma kuthiwa asibhadale ukunoma kuze kuphelele isizukulwane osibonayo lesesofakazi balomhlaba lokhu kuhlalwa phansi kuthiwa kwenziwa ama meeting kuyakhulunywa ngakho namhlanje sifisa ukuthi kube umhlangano wokugcina igama lethu njengomphakathi nali namanje liyasho lithi umhlaba owethu awunikezwe kubantu bawusebenzise nani ningabuza ukuthi siyowenzani ngoba siyawazi umhlaba owethu sidlale ngawo owethu senzani ngawo owethu siyekeleni senze into esiyifunayo emhlabeni wethu ngakho namanje ke sesihamba igama lethu lokugcina kube umhlangano wokugcina okosibuza ukuthi umhlaba usowenzani owethu siyazi yasowenzani ayikho futhi imali esizoyibhadala ngomhlaba okungona kungowethu uma ngabe nehluleko kusilwela sukane endleleni sibone ukuthi senze njani thina ngomhlaba wethu siyabonga
ke a le dumedisa lefatshe ke la rona lefatshe tlo dula ele la rona ke sello a buang sello tshiu so hona le di open space tse ngata mo Orange Farm modern ha re ra di occupier government e re bitsetsa di SAPS di JMPD then ba khona re tlosa ene ne re di occupier jwalo di space tseno ho kwalla hore ka hosane ho ske wa khona ho bulawa bana ba bulawa ba lahlelwa di open space then ne re suggestile hore lefatshe le khutlele go rona batho then go khone hore ho awe business hub ho awe di institution like a driver's license department home affairs TVET college bitsong la horeng re khone ho tlosa youth e tshwanang le rona mo strateng e khone ho ya sekolong e khone ho iketsetsa ntho engwe le engwe then section 25 e bua ka hore ke expropriation bill ke support hore ke ha ona lefatshe le patalwa lefatshe ke la batho ba batsho lefatshe ke la each and everyone o dula mo South Africa tlamele re duleng lefatsheng la borona re khone ho etsa ntho engwe le engwe lefatsheng la borona South Africa re tlamele re phile equal ha ra tlamela hore re hona le ba basweu hona le ba batsho ene batho ba belo re ba tloa from foreign countries ke bona be e le horeng ba fitla South Africa ba jala di-trucks baneng ba bo rona. That is why re bonang hore ha o sana tswelopele ka batjha. Tlamehile re tsebeng hore batjha re ba beha ha kae hore re kgone ho tseba hore re ya kae ka bophelo. Lefatshe ha le kgutleleng bathong ba teng, lefatshe ke la batho ba batjha, lefatshe ke la batho ba batjha. Ke a leboha.
Good morning to everybody. I am Walusi Mutaveleng Pafudi, and I'm a ward committee member in Ward 132, and I'm a youth chair for branch 132 in Midrand. And I'm here to just shed light on the youth of our country, your children and brothers, to say that the expropriation of land with or without compensation should look to develop and find the future leaders, plumbers, business owners, and the future entertainers of this country, as we as a country are still facing the same generational curse left behind by apartheid. Second, property ownership is a fundamental building block of a democracy and an economy. As such, the DA promotes ownership of property. Other parties are endangering property ownership by proposing expropriation without compensation, and to allow such expropriation to occur without good cause, we need to fight any such notion. You will not have a thriving future under the ANC. This is why it is of utmost importance that you participate in the public hearing on the expropriation bill. The defeat of the expropriation bill and the election in 2024 provide an opportunity to build a future for your youth, your children, and your brothers. So I would like that when you as infrastructure development go back to the drawing board you should put the youth in high demand, because we are the ones who are going to be here when everybody is old and frail, and you need us so that we can do everything that you need us to do as your children, as your nephews and nieces. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I love the Model C accent, young man. Thank you very much for your input. Yes, ma'am.
He doesn't sound like he believes what he
Sanibonani bahlali. Ngisandla. Ninjani bahlali? Mina ngu Miriam ngibuya eMidland Zone 10. Mina ngiyamangala ugovernment makaloko esihlupha kanje ngama RDP. Khona manje ngihlala ekhaya. Njengoba ngihlala ekhaya, yithi labantu bama floods ngey9 zaka December. Mani ngayongena endlini kumanje akakalungiseki kwaniksi, amabonda awile, asina gesi, asinani. Lesikhathi bekungena ama floods angeniswe ukuthi akuna madrain. So amanzi aza wonke ngoba sibheke esigangeni, aza wonke endlini. Abantwana babehleli phezulu kwama odrop, sibabeke phezulu kwama odrop abantwana. Kuwe kwama fridge, kodwa ugovernment ayikho action ayenza since until today ngey9 zaka December. Nanamhlanje. Ngiyabonga bahlali.
Where is this area?
Midland Zone 10.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And last but not least,
Sanibonani bahlali. Igama nguNomthandazo kwaNhlapho from Ward 15, Sinawane and Phiri, Soweto. With this expropriation bill, it takes me back a bit from my history. Kumkhulu wami, who was working at a mine called Lost Mines. Basuswa lapho, with the little that he had, wathenga iplot eSophia Town. Come Calabar Act, he was removed. Sabe sesigcina siseSoweto. So that is why when my grandmother would complain again and again, I would hear it. So now we are here. Okay, sesisekasi sikhulele kasi thina. Here we are sinendawo where there was a clinic prior 1976. There's nothing there now. The clinic that is being used for about 4 wards, Lamini, Phiri, Sinawane, Mapetla. It is so small. It was a mother and child facility. And it's so packed all the time. Even health workers don't know what to do. We are just asking that land be given back and the clinic be built so that all the people will have a decency to attend a right clinic. Number two, we had a water reservoir, La Besibizama tank. There's an open space. It's now a dumping site. We've been asking that place to be made a food gardening for the community, knowing the situation here to Manje, Soweto. You know, people are not working. And when you call them to schools, they come. It's not even enough. People want to plant, want to have food. So therefore, we are asking the place to be fenced, be zoned to a vegetable site whereby it can be planted. And then the third part is drug and substance abuse. It brings me down to education. Our education, I thought, yes, it was during apartheid, but the education now should have improved to a certain level. The reason why these kids end up going into drugs and substance, where we are is a park. You can see they come back from school at 3 o'clock. Why are the children coming back out from school at 3 o'clock? Then they go to parks and then they meet these other drug sellers and they sell drugs to them. My thing is, let the education system change. Where are the extramurals? Kids should be made busy with sports, with activities. As enough, we don't even care. They can come back home at 5 o'clock. As long as their minds are being worked at with empowerment, with empowering tools. You know, when umtwana, you would think by now they will assess a child, not like us. They will tell you, I go to a maths classrooms, go to biology classrooms. Now they should assess you and be able to see your passion as a child so that they direct you to what you love. And at the end of the day, that child would be more productive. They won't have time for drugs. We are in this situation because our kids don't even know. They still just go to school. They can't wait to come out and then sit at the parks. And other than that, these drug dealers, they will come to their schools. So we are asking, the third one from our ward, skills development centers, where women are ready. They want to help after school training, whatever it is that we can do to model our child to be better for tomorrow. I thank you.
Thank you very much indeed to everybody who provided input. We really thank you. We appreciate your input. I just want to make two final comments before I hand back to the chair. Please understand that what we're doing here today is part of a process. Over the next few months, we'll be going to different parts of Gauteng, eliciting input from people there. And as I said before, let's please accept the fact that everybody is entitled to their own opinion. And they're different opinions. Some say it's good, some say it's bad. But let's respect each other and respect the right of somebody else to have an opinion that is different from ours. That's the first point. The second point I'd like to make is we heard a lot of people today, when they came up here, they spoke about general issues, not necessarily related to the Expropriation Act. Now, if I was a very strict chair, I would stop that, you know, because it takes a lot of time, etc. But you saw that we didn't do that, okay? We gave everybody an opportunity to have their say, even about issues that are not directly related to the Expropriation Act. But one thing that concerns me, and we find it as politicians, wherever we go in the province, people come to meetings, they don't address the subject of the meeting, they raise general issues, housing and corruption and all sorts of issues. The problem is that they've had their say, but where's that going? Who's listening? A lot of the things that are raised here are failures of government. And government needs to deal with that. So what I'm suggesting here, Chair, or maybe even to the Chief Whip, is that there needs to be a mechanism when people come to meetings and they raise these general issues, that they are noted, that they are documented, and that they are dealt with. Because what happens is we don't deal with them and it just hangs in the air and just causes frustration. So I'm hoping that maybe you have access to fora where you can raise this sort of thing, to provide people with an opportunity when they raise their issues that they are taken seriously and that they are actually dealt with. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much. We reached the end of this particular part of the program, and I now hand back to Member Modise.
Thank you so much, Member Fuchs. Indeed, I must say, you are a very generous chairperson, and probably that was good that you chair, because I would have stopped some of them. Say, no, come back, focus. But I'm sure we have noted the things that have been raised, and we'll see to it that some of these issues that have been raised get to be directed to the appropriate portfolio committee or department. Issues of housing, we'll speak to those responsible for portfolio committee on housing, and the good thing is that the MEC of human settlement and MEC of infrastructure is the same person, so we'll be able to deposit some of these things quickly. The department is still here from the office of the MEC. They would have heard, national department is still here. They have heard what has been said. I'm not sure if there's anything that you want to respond, or it's part and parcel of the package that we are going to take for a final product that will then deposit as we finish. With that in mind, I would like Maureen to indicate if there's food available, so that when the chief whip of the legislature closes the meeting, you know that once he thank you for coming, where you supposed to go, so that we can be given food. Maureen, do we have?
Yes, thank you, Chair. We do have a lunch prepared outside that site for the stakeholders and for the members and the department officials at Maivuge room that side. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Maureen. There is lunch prepared. As we finish here, when we go out where we come in, you will find the packages that we can take home. Or if you want to sit, you'll sit inside, you'll take your package, sit down and eat. We want to invite one of the youngest chief whip in the country. Very vibrant, very energetic, and probably because he doesn't drink alcohol. So there's too much energy in him. He doesn't smoke. I've never seen him smoking this fashionable pipe with the water. You know, it's like a weapon. You put water, you put so many things before he smokes. So he has not started to engage with those things. So I would want to give him an opportunity to speak. In the meantime, the people that gave you those beautiful headsets will be moving around taking some of them, because we are towards the end of program. So please don't take it. It's not an early Christmas. Member Lesego Makubela, the chief whip, the platform is yours.
Sanbonani, Dumelang, Absheni, Nda. No, thank you very much. Can we listen to each other? All the people who raised issues about housing. There was a lady who raised issues about the houses that were flooded on the 9th of December. Our officials are seated here, first row. There's a lady with the peach pants, kaburuku peach. Otlo tsa di details tsa lena so that we can be able to help you. The gentlemen who are wearing suits and ties, especially ka di queries tse le di raising tsa housing. Ya utlwala. A ke sure if la ngutlwa. Oh, okay. So we are here because we have to listen. And we've heard you. Maybe in brief, one of the reasons why Ritlilo consult about the expropriation bill, Constitution ya South Africa ka botlalo ba yona. Ka 1994 re fetjo passa Constitution e mpya. The only part ya Constitution e loreng azanga ya touchiwa. Ebe ikwatisha batho ba mmala o mosweu ba sanya go thaetsa selo ka ne re nyaka tokologo. Ra ra fit re tla e bona. Ke section 25 ya Constitution. E bulelang ka lefatshe. And that piece of legislation, it will allow when government or anyone expropriates land, it must be with compensation, meaning re tseya lefatshe, re tshwantse re le tseye re patele. But the challenge with that is this. Ka bontši ba lena le alla le bolela hore no le nyaka hore government le ahele matlo hore le kgone nna le di-family tša lena le bana ditloholo everything. Before we can build any house, we first have to go to the owners of the land. And most of those owners of the land, they are white, and there are a few in our country. We have to pay them. And then after paying them, re tle re age. And that's why re tlile mo lena re tle re le consult re no. We want to change that law so that government e bane le authority ya hore re kgone ho tšea lefatshe, and then re kgone hore re le berekishe for public good or e benefite batho kaofela. And this clause ha e bolele fela ka lefatshe, e bolela hape le ka di-properties. Ho na le meago e tletseng mo ditoropong, including some of the flats here in Johannesburg. Tailoring, if we are able to pass this expropriation bill, it tlo re fa tetla le tumelo ya hore kaya ra tseya meago eo ra e lokisha ra e fa batho hore ba kgone ho dula mo yona. Another issue is this. Ona ne batho ba ne ba bolela hore ho bile le di-hearings, public hearings about the bill. Is true. After public consultation, bill tseiwa issue parliamenteng in the National Assembly. We ile wa bana le voting on the bill. Ra re vote ra shorta ka dinomoro. Ka hobane ANC be tshepa hore EFF ka ba le ka re thushanyana ka o pasa molao o. EFF aya vote. And that's why there was a problem, and that's why we have come back here with sections of the bill for your public comment, so that reach happen National Assembly. Maybe this time EFF will support or pass this particular bill, because that bill and reached the National Assembly, even a 2/3 majority, which we don't have. Arena 2/3 majority rena go parlamenteng ya utlwala. So re le utlwile dilo tša lena, and that's why re a le khopela ba ile re bana ne di tletlebo, ba ile re bana ne some of the pressing issues. Our officials are seated here. They will take your names. We are going to follow up and make sure we resolve all those problems. Ke a leboha, Chair.
Thank you so much. The meeting is adjourned. You may go and have lunch. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Someone who forgot your